I think Raw was okay. I think it was okay. I know that there's people getting in touch with me saying that they still struggled with Raw. It wasn't quite what they were looking for. But I got to be honest with you. I think it was okay. I think that it was not a disaster. I think that it could have been a hell of a lot worse. I think that it was a show that gave us something. We got something. You know, it was a show that gave us the reveal of the Masked Man. Was that the most exciting reveal? Maybe not. But it wouldn't have been the most exciting reveal whenever it happened because it was Austin Theory that we were all expecting anyway. So at least it gave us that. We had the CM Punk thing. We had the Gunther Open, which I enjoyed. So, you know, there's definitely things there that I took from it. And I didn't feel like I wasted my time. One thing, though, that we can have a look at is NXT. And there is end-of-year votes. So there's end-of-year awards that have been announced about 3 hours ago. So actually, I think what I would be interested in doing is probably a separate video on that. But probably makes sense to jump over here, have a look at the preview. So this is the preview of the show. Don't want that one. We want that one. Okay. And then, so let's have a look at the preview. Then let's have a look at the nominations, okay? And we'll have some quick initial thoughts. But what I might do is a separate video on it. I think we did a separate video on it last time. So NXT preview, not much in the way of a preview, but there is a fatal four-way match to decide Obafemi's #1 contender for New Year's Evil. So Miles Bourne, Joe Hendry, Leon Slater, and Dion Lennox. Blake Monroe defends her North American Championship against Thea Hale. Kendall Gray and Ren Sinclair battle Fatal Influence. So they're going to be in action against Fatal Influence. Should be okay. I mean, the show will be fine. I think we're in a period now where, you know, a lot of sites are on 2026. I think a lot of things are... This is our last live show of NXT tonight for this year. So tonight should be okay. The next couple of weeks are going to have spoilers. So we need to be aware of that. And then hopefully in a blaze of glory, we come back in 2026 with live shows. And, you know, hopefully everyone's just had a little bit of an opportunity just to recharge, you know. Actually, these breaks might not be the worst things. It's going to allow the wrestlers' bodies just to heal up a little bit, them to relax and spend time with their families. I know they don't have to do all the house shows that they used to have to do, but they're still working on a weekly basis. At least here they can get a couple of weeks off. So can creative, and the people that work in creative, they can get a break. Hopefully we can come back recharged, refreshed, and we can hit 2026 hard and go big on that. I want to have a look at the NXT votes. I don't know where they... I hate this website, you know. I think this website sucks. I really think it's... Like, right now, I want the NXT awards. Like, why are they not just... I mean... Compared to other websites that go on, this thing sucks. I don't really ever use this too much. Because I just think it could be so much better than laid out than what it is. Okay, vote for the 2025 NXT Year-End Awards. Right, let's have a look at these, shall we? Feel free to put in the chat who you would go for. I'm not going to actually vote here. But I think what I'll do is I'll actually vote in the video that I do, because I'll do a separate video for it. So, NXT Year Awards, Male Superstar of the Year, Javon, Oba, Ricky, Trick, Ethan. I feel like Trick, Oba, Javon have been pretty much around the top end of the card. Ricky, I can't even remember when Ricky came in. It was like earlier this year. Ethan has been around the mid-card throughout the year, but he's had a good year. That's tricky. That is actually quite tricky. That is hard to say. It's hard to say because who has shone brighter than anyone else? I mean, I feel like Oba has probably been the most dominant this year. But are you rewarding it on dominance? I mean, if you're going to reward it on the quality of the work, I mean, Ethan Page has done some really great work. Ricky Saints has come from nowhere to be an NXT champion within this year. So, I mean, I feel like that deserves its flowers. Trick Williams has done the whole heel thing this year, and he's been the TNA champion. I think that's really hard, to be honest, because I think you can make an argument for most of them, and it's just really hard to know who has kind of outshone the others. I mean, Javon being the age that he is, do you take that into consideration? Him looking as good as what he has, and, you know, being potentially called up. I mean, he appears on Raw now. He was one of the people chosen to feature on John Cena's last show, Saturday Night's Main Event. And he's only, 21? I mean, if you think he's doing that at the age of 21, does that kind of give him a little bit of an edge? The fact that he's been able to achieve all that at such a young age. Obafemi, though, has been the most dominant, so do you go with him? Trick Williams has completely reinvented himself this year from being a face, he's now a heel, and he's had a run over in TNA, and, you know, kind of really dug into a whole different side of his personality. Fleshed out. I mean, like, if he goes to the main roster, he can be a face or a heel, because he's got experience at both now. Ethan, I think the quality of his work has probably been the most consistent. I think Ethan had a great year this year. And obviously has been used a lot in AAA. And I think if you've got to go for someone because of his age, I think I would go Javon. And I think it's his age. The fact he's able to achieve everything he's achieved, I think that would be the deciding factor. Female Superstar of the Year, JC Jane, Sol Ruka, Blake Monroe, Tatum Paxley, Kalani Jordan. It's got to be JC, isn't it? I mean, she wins that belt and goes to a completely new level. She became the face of the women's division, leader of Fatal Influence, and has just leveled up. Her match quality is really good. Her promos are really enjoyable. Her character work is great. I feel like she is the one that's really kicked on. Sol Ruka's great, but Sol Ruka's kind of always been great. I don't know if her and Zarya has been that interesting. Blake Monroe, I think, hasn't, for me, hasn't quite found it yet. Tatum Paxley, I kind of like what we're doing now with her, but a lot of this year she was being a little bit lost. So I sort of feel like we're on the verge of something interesting now. So I like her, but I don't know that I can say she was the female superstar of the year. And Kalani Jordan, I still think, has got some development. So I'm with JC. Maybe Sol Ruka as a close second, but I would go JC on that. That one doesn't strike me as too difficult compared to the men. Tag team, Dark State, Hank and Tank, Zaruka, Fatal Influence, or the Culling. Tag team of the year. Tag team of the year. I wouldn't say Zaruka, because why would you? What have they done? What have they done to warrant being the best tag team? Fatal Influence have had a lot of tag matches. Not down on those guys, but to be honest, I mean, that's largely Jasmine Nix, isn't it? Wouldn't that involve Jasmine Nix, who's now no longer with us? Cullen. No. To be honest, I think they've really struggled to find options for this, haven't they? Do you reckon at some point they were like, do we have to do tag team of the year? We haven't got Fraxium anymore. God, I tell you what, look at this. We've fallen a long way from Revival, DIY, The Ascension, back in the day when we had all Authors of Pain and, people like this. Lucha Dragons. Blake and Murphy. We had some great teams back in the day. Tag team wrestling used to be so good. It was really like a high point. American Alpha. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chad Gable, Jason Jordan, Reddy, Willian, and Gable. Oh my God. Look at this mess. I should be ashamed. They should have left this off. Who the flip do you go for? I would probably go Hank and Tank. Honestly, I'd probably go Hank and Tank. I think they've at least become a credible team. They're fun. They have some really good matches. They work with great energy. I think they found the chemistry. If you think about Hank before he got with Tank, like, he was just lost. He was like this security guard guy that, it was weird. He came in and he was like a member of security and he was getting picked on and he ended up having a match and then Tank gets with him. We start Hank and Tank and it's like, oh, I'm not sure about this. Kind of feel like these two have been thrown together because we ain't got nothing else for them. But they clicked and the chemistry worked and they win the tag titles and they actually put on some really great matches. I think Hank and Tank is going to be the pick, but oh my God, it's a low bar. Right, moment of the NXT TNA Brawl. It was pretty fun. Blake Monroe debut. Right, it was good to see her on that platform. Like, oh my God, is she here? That was pretty shocking. Ricky Saints. I think I would prefer that. Tatum Paxley winning the NXT Women's Championship. It's just a shame that it didn't last longer, innit? To be honest. It does kind of take away considering she only had it 20-odd days. Stephanie becomes a double champ. JC Jane beats Stephanie. That was shocking. That was shocking. Stacks turns on Tony. Trick wins the TNA title. Joe Hendry appears out of nowhere. He does that all the time. Hardy Boys win the tag titles. I think that had been teased for a long time. It was pretty fun when we get to it. I really love this moment where he's in the crowds. That was really great. That was great as well, though. I find myself gravitating towards this because it was so shocking. It really didn't see it coming, and it was like, oh my God. I gravitate towards this. Yeah, I think I gravitate towards this. But I'm not down on some of these up here. That was okay, but I just think the run was too short. Stephanie becoming a double champ, not really bothered by, to be honest. I think I would click on that one. JC beating Stephanie. I think I'd click on that one. But if someone was like, no, it's Ricky Saints' debut or it's Blake Monroe's debut, yeah, I could vibe with that. I feel like that one had been teased for ages and we just didn't do it. And then it felt like we did it because we needed a show to go up against AEW. Do you remember that? And we called it NXT Invasion. And then someone, I think, was it the Jewish community got upset? Or because it was the same date as, you know, it was all messy. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like that only happened because we wanted to do a show to go up against AEW. So that's why I'm probably leaning more towards that. But I don't know. I could see a lot of people having some different thoughts on that. Oh, this will be good. Match of the year. Women's Iron Survivor was really fun. Javon Ober at Heatwave. Ricky Ethan, Great American Bash. Kalani Solruka Battlegrounds. No, I'm not crazy about that one. Ober, Trick, Javon, Stand and Deliver. Yeah, it was fun. I prefer singles matches. Lola Vice, JC Jane. That's with the masked person, isn't it? That turns out to be Laney. That was okay as a match, but I wouldn't say it was match of the year. That was pretty fun. I know a lot of people really enjoyed that one. That'll be in the run-in. That, no, didn't do it for me. Ricky, Ethan. Is that the one where he gets Razor's ego edge or whatever to that table on the outside where he bumps into Jasper Troy during the match? I think it might be that. It was a pretty fun match. I believe that was the best match on that show. I can't say it was the best match of the year, though. Women's Iron Survivor with Kendall winning. was crazy. Best match of the year. Do remember that being fun. A lot of people will go for that. Kendall being the shot winner is pretty sick, though. I feel like this wins, but I'm going to have a little glance at that, honestly. I really enjoyed that, but I think that wins. Interesting. I'd want to rewatch this, actually, but I'm sort of leaning to that. So, yeah, torn between those two. Show of the year. Deadline was great. Deadline was great. I'd have to go back and look at all the... I can't even remember what was on New Year's Eve at the start of the year. I'd honestly, before I do that video, I'd have to go back and look at the match cards and try and remind myself of everything we had. There was a few misses in there. Deadline was a fun show. I can remember that. But Stand and Deliver, I'm trying to think back to what the matches were. That's the WrestleMania one, isn't it? Yeah, that one's a hard one. I'd have to have a look back at that. So I can't give you the answer on that one at the moment without looking at the match cards. But yeah, interesting. Interesting. That'd be kind of good to do that. I'll probably pop that on the second channel. AEW sucks, says William. Daze doesn't stream it. I haven't got a mind of my own, says William. I'm sure you do, buds. I'm sure you do. Brony, the rest of the shows are tape, said James. Yeah, we have got a lot of tape shows coming up now. We're going into a period where we've got a lot of tape shows coming up, which are probably going to mean you're going to have to try and avoid spoilers. Hopefully, we still get some good stuff and some interesting backstage segments. So it's not all hope is gone, but I don't think we can go into this next week or two with the same sort of excitement that we would go into the normal shows. So, you know, probably not great for someone that streams watch-alongs and, you know, hopes that people joins them. You know, for me to sit here and go, it might not be that great for the next couple of weeks. But I'm honest to a fault. So I don't have much in the way of expectation for the next few weeks. But, yeah, you know, let's just see what we get out of it. Yeah. Hasib said, Daze, Heyman has been telling us that he had no knowledge of who the Masked Man was. Do we think Seth has got something to do with sending Theory to destroy the Vision from inside, like Orton did with the Wyatts? I think that could be a fun theory. That's an interesting one. The only thing I would say is they could go that way. So I'm not going to say they're not going to go that way. They absolutely could. The only thing is that we heard about him joining the Vision when Seth was still with the group. The rumor of Theory being in the Vision and being part of that team at Survivor Series broke when Seth was in the group. When Seth and Jacob get injured, which is around the same time, that's when Theory is no longer in the Survivor Series match. So it's kind of hard because kayfabe-wise, you can do what you want. Yeah, storyline-wise, you can do what you want. In reality, I think they were going to put Theory in that group with Seth, which means that he was, at that point, I don't believe being brought in to tear the group apart. I believe he was being brought in to strengthen it. So now that Seth's got injured, we're kind of going down a different timeline. So this guy that has joined the group seemingly is going to join, right? And apparently he was always going to be joining. There's just no evidence. There's nothing to suggest that he's been sent by Seth. But there is evidence that he was going to be joining the group anyway. So for that reason, I would lean more towards no, he's an actual new member that has joined and maybe feels like this is the best vehicle for him, you know, to get on TV and to get opportunity. Like, he wants the guidance of Paul Heyman. Rather than him being sent by Seth, because I don't know that he and Seth have got any sort of relationship at any of these days anymore. I know he used to be a disciple. But that was, you know, about 5 years ago. So it's an interesting one that you could absolutely do. I mean, if you worked in creative, yes, that could be the swerve. But I think because he was going to join anyway before Seth got injured, it's probably more likely that he just joins the group as a member, which is what he was going to do anyway. The real answer for Match of the Year is Ober Moose from the March MSG show. Do you know that MSG show in March might still be the best show? Because that was incredible. Is that an option? It might not even be an option, because I'm pretty sure it's just PLEs, isn't it? I agree. And I think, was that just a normal NXT? That one from March? Because I agree with you. That was sick. That was Fraxium Hardys. It was Julia Stephanie. It was Ethan Javon. Ober Moose. I agree. I think that would be my show of the year. And yeah, as a match, that was great as well. I agree. Days sink or swim moment for Theory. Yeah. If this story with the Vision fails, then it's not looking great. Subtle Austin Theory chants after the reveal. He does have more potential as a babyface when they turn. The end goal for the Theory and the Vision, just like Sammy in the Bloodline, let the fans feel bad for him. Have the Bronze treat him bad. And then if results as Theory is getting over with the crowd. Yep, completely agree. Completely agree. Brandon said Theory is the real future. If there's one person that can replace Cena, it's Austin Theory. Well, I think the problem with Theory is that his match quality is not good enough. You know, you can put him in the ring in a singles match and it ain't going to be 4 stars. You know, it's going to be 3-star something, you know. He doesn't seem to be able to... He doesn't... How do you... It's so hard to put into words. I mean, it's like an art form, isn't it, really, wrestling? You got to hit the right beats. I mean, it's like the difference between being a good guitar player and a bad guitar player. You know, it's like doing the right things at the right time. It's selling for the right amount of time and making it believable. It's picking up the pace when the match needs it. It's bringing the crowd along with you and connecting with them. It is a skill. It's like playing an instrument, knowing the right notes to play at the right time. And that's like wrestling. It's knowing to do the right things at the right time. That's what makes a bad match or a good match or a great match or an all-time match, is, you know, having that connection with the audience, taking them on a journey. And the way you do that is through facial expressions, selling, staying connected with the crowd, not just move. Although you could do that and it could work, right? I mean, there's not like one script that you have to follow. This is how you... Otherwise, you know, you'd just get the same match all the time. There's lots of different ways of delivering great matches. But, you know, it's one of those that I don't think Theory has quite managed to figure out. He's had great matches, but in reflection, were they more, not flukes, but just the perfect day for him, you know? Everything came together on those days, you know? Is it that it just feels like that's an area that needs addressing? And certainly promos, when you see how he gets buried by Cena in their exchange, you know? So what he does have is the look. I think he's like a bodybuilder. He's jacked, and he's very likable. You kind of find yourself rooting for him. I've always sort of rooted for Theory. There's something about him being like this. He's got this air of like a dumb jock. That's how he comes across to me. You know, like those jocks that bully you at school, push you around. They're with the cheerleaders, and they're just, you know, douches. I sort of feel like Austin Theory would be with those guys, right? But he'd be the guy that'd come over and help you back up and be like, sorry about them. You know, don't worry about them, kind of a thing. And he'd be like, you know, have a word with you and be like, you're all right, yeah? Look, any issues with them, you come and have a word with me, I'll sort it, right? And you're like, oh, cheers, man. He's got that vibe is what I get from Austin Theory. I don't know how he manages to communicate that, but he communicates something along those lines. I find him to be quite likable. I find him to be quite relatable. I find him to have that sort of an aura. And I sort of feel like if he was to come out, I think if we could dial into that, actually, I think that's Theory. If you turn him face and have him having those conversations backstage. I mean, imagine if there was someone getting pushed around and Theory's like, I don't want to step on your toes, but if you need me to step in here, you know where I am, yeah? And it's like, Theory's there if you need him. And imagine, like, you know, someone is getting bullied. And could you imagine the crowd being like, go to Theory. Go to Theory or help you out, man. Like, I reckon you could do something with that. I'm thinking like Rey Mysterio. Imagine Rey's getting picked on by Dom and the Judgment Day. And, you know, there's a few people that have tried to help Rey and it hasn't worked. And Theory's like, look, I don't want to get involved in family stuff because I know that's your son. And listen, you know, this is your issues. But I just want you to know that I respect you. And if you need my help, I'm here for you, right? And, you know, maybe you could dig into something there. Because that is the vibe I get from Theory. The problem is, when it's time to have a match, I don't know that he's going to hit the right notes at the right time. And when it's time to deliver a promo, I've seen him get murdered on the microphone. I mean, really what you'd want to do is you'd want to... Seriously, you would want to... And it would be a big expense, but you'd want to grab someone known for great promos. You'd want to grab someone known for great matches. And you'd want to give them Theory as a project. Like, I don't care how long this takes. I want you to work with him on his promos. I want you to work with him on his matches. And if we can get him so that he is like 7+ out of 10 on both consistently, you might have just made the company $1 billion. Because with his look and the right booking, if you can then deliver matches and deliver promos, yeah, he might be the next John Cena. He might be. Because if he can talk and he can wrestle and he's got that sort of look and he's got that believability because of his size, could you imagine a credible, engaging Austin Theory getting in the ring against Brock Lesnar, against Roman Reigns, against Seth Rollins, against whoever, Gunther? There is money. There is definitely money to be made. And, you know, however much they spend on getting flipping, I don't know, Shawn Michaels, like, we'll have you, right? Getting, I don't know who you would have as like a great promo. I don't know who you could throw in his direction in like that. I mean, CM Punk comes to mind, but obviously he's an active star. But get a great promo guy, get a great in-ring guy, shove him with Theory and just go, I don't care what this takes. Just get him there. Consistently 7 out of 10 at least for both the promos and the matches, and you really could have something very special. Obviously, as he ages, we kind of hope that he's just naturally learning and developing, but I've always been excited about Theory. I'm still on board. Honestly, I'm still on board. I really want this to work. I could really get behind Theory. He is someone I could really support. Like, you know, I'm sitting here now saying, and people might be like, you're crazy. You are crazy. It's never going to happen. And I hear you. I know. It could be pie in the sky. But it doesn't change the fact that if he was able to come down and spit great promos, which they can script for him, it's just, can he deliver it and make it seem very natural? Yeah? Don't stumble on the words. Get it across, make it seem like he's just coming out with it, right? They can script it. They've got writers, right? He doesn't even need to script it. So they can find some great killer lines for him to have. So, promo-wise, a lot of it is just going to come down to the delivery. The match is going to be harder, of course. The match is going to be harder. But, I mean, he has shown that he can put on great matches. It's just inconsistent. Very inconsistent. So, I don't know. Work to be done there, but great rewards as well, if you get it right. Wrestling Warrior says NXT, 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 NXT. Yeah, it should be good. I'm looking forward to tonight. Always nice to jump into NXT. I think we can all agree it's been the best brand of 2025 out of Raw, NXT, SmackDown, all of that. I think we can agree this has been the top one. So it's always good to jump in. Last live show as well. Anything after this is taped. So, yeah, it'll be nice to just sort of see what they've got. Any little surprises up their sleeve. I don't really know what I'm looking for. I suppose I'm just looking for a fun couple of hours. I tell you what I'd like. A really good wrestling match. That's what I'd like. I didn't get one yesterday. I don't remember there being a really good wrestling match. Usos New Day was the best of the matches we had. And even that fell short for me. You lot said it was good 97%, but yeah, I mean, I know I would agree. But, it'd be nice to get some really, edge of the seat. Oh, my God, this is so good. Maybe that Fatal 4-Way will do it, the number one contenders match. Maybe that'll do it. So, I suppose I'm looking for that. A little bit of a fan. Thank you, my friend. Firing in a Wrestling Daze gifted membership. Appreciate it, but Jared said, I think Heyman could help him with the mic stuff. Yeah, well, excellent point. Definitely, I agree with you. I think Heyman can give him many, many words of wisdom. I think just being around Heyman is just going to be a crash course in itself, isn't it? But yes, you could be correct. But I mean, the work that they praise Maxine Dupree for doing. I had a little rant yesterday, and I was like, I'm so sick of hearing that, because in my mind, wrestlers back in the day used to have to work 200 matches a year. In fact, I saw John Cena's. It wasn't that many. It was about 150 or something, but 150 to 180 a year, going back 10 years ago, yeah? 10, 12 years ago. And that, before that, it was, that was it. I mean, wrestling used to make its money from live events. And then the TV money got bigger and bigger and bigger as time went by. And now TV money just eclipses the money they would make from live events, right? So live events have kind of gone down, and it's all about the TV money now. So, back in the day, they would do all of these live shows. But, I mean, they don't do those anymore. So if you think that wrestlers aren't doing, LA Knight's had the most matches this year. He's had 60-odd matches. Back in the day, it would have been 150, 180. It is considerably less. They have considerably more time. I think if wrestlers are not using that time to better their skills and better themselves, well, then they just don't deserve what they've got. Honestly, they just don't deserve it. I mean, unless they are so gifted that they can just get into the ring and just nail it. They've just worked it out. They've figured out the formula. But most of them have not. And so now there's very little excuse as to why you wouldn't do what Maxine Dupree is being praised for, which I don't think is anything exceptional, I mean, you see footage of these people doing workouts all the time, but it's not just strength training. They need to get in a ring, and they need to do work with that. Hard though, isn't it? Because how are you going to wrestle against someone? If you're at home and you've got a ring, I know Liv's got a ring at her home, but I mean, she can hit the ropes and maybe drop an elbow on like a dummy or something, but it's not the same as like being in there with someone. I mean, would you invite someone over to but you can't do that every week. So do you go somewhere like Maxine goes to the dungeon? Do you go to the PC? I think it's a little bit difficult, actually. And that has been a shift that has happened gradually over the last 10 years, and certainly quite considerably since the pandemic. So I think it's really difficult. So Heyman can definitely help with promos, but he can't really help too much with matches apart from just giving some feedback after watching them. So where does Theory go to work on his match quality? You know, that's an interesting one. Really interesting as well. I don't know if you saw Unseen, but there's an interview with Sol Ruka that Sean Ross Sapp does. And she says, he was like, what feedback have you been given on the main roster? And she was like, yeah. The big difference between NXT and the main roster is pacing. And he was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, in NXT, it's go, go, go. You've got to just go. Like, you know, it's all about hitting your moves, moving on to the next one, keeping that energy. She's like, on the main roster, it's not that. On the main roster, it's about bigger stars, so that have got star power. So they come in and they hit a move and they'll tease it first, then hit it, and then they'll pose after, and they'll let that moment just sort of sit there before they then go into the next thing. So it's not so much go, 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 let's get as much stuff in as we can like it is with NXT. The pacing is a little different. And that makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, it's not something that I've particularly ever sat down and really thought about, but that is so interesting to me that, that is what they are actually being told. We talk a lot about, well, I think it's this, I think it's that. It feels like it's this because of these reasons. There's an actual tangible piece of feedback that Sol Ruka has been given, actually told, right, that we now know is a difference between NXT. If anyone goes, what's a difference between NXT and the main roster, you can now confidently say pacing, because that is something she was told, and that is something she has explained in an interview with Sean Ross Sapp. So I've said before, when it comes to interviewing, I mean, I'm not an interviewer. I don't want to be an interviewer. I'm not trying to be an interviewer, right? People have got in touch and said, I saw such and such get interviewed on this channel. You've got more subscribers than them. I'm not interested. I'm not an interviewer. That's not my strength. That's not my skill set. It's not something I've ever done. Well, I've done it a couple of times. But, I would not say that it's my strength, right? Chris Van Vliet, excellent at it. Yeah. Anyone else out there that's doing it, I'm sure they're great at it, right? It's not something that I look for, right? But the kind of things that I would like answers to don't seem to be, or at least I don't think they get asked. I am shocked that there is not an NXT talent that has left NXT that is not doing a YouTube channel based on, this is what my week looked like. So on a Monday, I would do this. This is some of the feedback I received when I was at the Performance Center. Here's some funny stories of things that happened at the Performance Center. Here's when promo class went wrong. Here is how often we would do drills, and these are the kind of drills that we would be doing, right? This was the hardest thing I had to learn. Imagine Jasmine Nix putting a video out on YouTube going, this was the hardest lesson I ever learned at the PC. I mean, you're not going to click that. I'm interested in clicking that. I'm interested to know what's in that video, right? I sort of feel like digging into the Performance Center, the structure of it, the way that, how do you go from, I don't know wrestling, to, oh my God, I'm on the main roster. There are glimpses into that process. Things like Breaking Ground, which was a really good series about 10 years ago. Really good series. So there are glimpses into that process. And, you can piece things together from interviews. But, like how Maven kind of reveals information about the main roster and when he was wrestling. And he tells you about, this is how much I earned from action figures. This is the secret behind the weapons and all of that. To my knowledge, no one has done that for the developmental level. For what I think is just as interesting, how do you go from man or girl off the street, I don't know anything about wrestling, to, oh my God, I'm at WrestleMania? What does the Bianca Belair journey look like? Do you know what I mean? What was the structure of her week at the start? What did it change to? What is it now? What does she think the difference is between NXT and the main roster are? What kind of funny stories has she got? What was the hardest lesson she learned? Who was doing her promo class? I don't think it was Dusty. I'm not sure who does it now. It used to be Dusty. But who was doing her promo class? What were the kind of feedback that she was receiving? What's the research that they're told to go and check out? What are the matches they are told to watch? Or are they just told to go and watch the network or something, when it was around? So many questions like that I think would be so interesting to get answers on, which I could watch a load more interviews and try and piece a few things together. But if someone had that, like Jasmine Nix, as a dedicated YouTube channel, I think it would do numbers. I mean, Maven was not the biggest of wrestlers, star power wise. It had a run, but I don't think anyone would say he was like the most well-known wrestler in the world ever, legend and all this kind of stuff. He wasn't Undertaker. He wasn't Hogan or Bret Hart or Shawn Michaels, but he identified a lot of information that was not out there that he knew, and he was able to package it in very informative little YouTube videos, and his YouTube channel is completely blown up. He's like a major player in the YouTube wrestling world now because of the information that he's able to provide, and I think someone can do that for the NXT level. AEW Dark is stocking stuffer on AEW YouTube channel, said Long Beach Hippie. Unreal from an NXT wrestler's perspective, said G Doggy Dog. I think it'd be really interesting because that is, and you know me, I loved Unreal, and I will love Unreal next time, because even if you don't find out loads, I feel like you find out things, I feel like you get to see behind the scenes, the mask slips a little bit, and you get to see reactions you haven't normally seen, interactions that you haven't seen. You get more of a glimpse into the machine, and for me, that's really interesting. I find it really interesting. I think the behind the scenes is just as interesting as the show, and actually in 2025 quite comfortably more interesting. And you think about The Rock trying to come in and take WrestleMania away from Cody, like for real. That is just as interesting as any storyline that was playing out. That was a real drama, and fans took to social media to say, we want Cody. And that was in relation to something that was actually happening, not a storyline. That was actually happening, and that was just as interesting. And then you look at this year with the John Cena heel turn, and apparently that was because at Elimination Chamber, they felt like they needed something big. I'm still not 100% clear if the turn was going to be happening at WrestleMania. I believe it was. I have heard the turn was always happening. Triple H wanted to say, look, it's now or never, so let's have a look at it. And so they decided that they were going to do it at WrestleMania, and then obviously Ari Emanuel gets a bit spooked and thinks that Elimination Chamber doesn't really have enough of interest in it. No OMG moments. I mean, I don't know why you didn't pay attention to the rest of the year, because the rest of the year also lacked OMG moments, right? So Ari Emanuel, every time a show doesn't have an OMG moment, would be on the phone a lot to The Rock, right? Blubbing out. I bet The Rock would have to turn his phone off if Ari Emanuel was going to call him every time a show didn't have an OMG moment. Rock, it's me again. I've just seen what the plans for Raw are. You won't believe it. There's no OMG moments. You said this last week and the week before and the week before, and you said it about SmackDown. Can you stop calling me? I'm blocking your number now. So anyway, that apparently went... That to me is just as interesting as kind of the stuff we get on the show. The fact that Ari Emanuel had to call up The Rock, and then The Rock gets involved, and then that's where the whole selling of your soul comes in, So I love unreal. I love that glimpse behind the scenes. I love that glimpse in the machine. I feel like it makes me more educated with my takes and my comments. I feel like I can use that and reference that and it have a basis in some. Like now I can talk about if someone says what's the big difference or what are the differences about the main roster and NXT. I got a whole list of things that I come out with for that one anyway. But, we can add pace into that now because that is genuine feedback that Sol Ruka has received. Power Hammer Car, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friend. Coaster Maniac was an excellent interviewer. Got caught up in his own stardom. He wanted it all right now, but it takes a long time. Oh, I don't know. I saw some of Coaster Maniac's videos, of course. Coaster Maniacs used to join us for these streams, and I saw some of his interviews. I remember one he did with Enzo, actually. Enzo Amore. I mean, he did an excellent job of getting names. He did an excellent job of getting some of these wrestlers onto his channel. So, and yeah, whenever I saw them, I always thought he had a very good interview style, asked some very thoughtful questions. I think it's hard though, isn't it? Because, like, the thing with YouTube is that you can get someone like Enzo onto your channel and you can do the interview and it can go well and people can tune in and people can enjoy it. But it's gone. It's like a firework. Do you know what I mean? You set it off, it goes bang. People enjoyed it. And then what next? I mean, the thing with Chris Van Vliet is he'll do an interview and then he's got another one a few days later and another one a few days later. And he's got this constant stream of guests. Whereas if you manage to get Enzo, brilliant, people are going to enjoy it. But what have you got coming up? What have you got next week? And can you get anyone? And if not, all of a sudden it becomes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. Maybe you do get someone then, but you're kind of like having to start again, really. It's hard to build a fan base if you haven't got lots lined up. So I suppose the reason I'm saying this is because if anyone was watching that was thinking to themselves of getting into that, I think a piece of advice I would give them is don't just get someone, don't reach out to a wrestler, get them lined up for next week and just go. The way I would do it is I would be like, could I interview you April 15th? Yeah. And hopefully they can look at their diary and go, yeah, I'm free that day. Okay, fantastic. And then as soon as I've got them in, I'm starting to work out who can I get on April 20th, right? So then my calls are going around going, can I get someone for April 20th? Then I'm going around trying to see if I can get someone for April 25th. Then I'm trying to get someone for April 30th, so on, so on, so on. You get my point, yeah? So by the time I'm getting to Enzo in April, I got 15 lined up. So I can go bang, 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 bang. Rather than just going, are you free next week? Can I get you next week, I think if you're going to do it, do it. And then if you've got them lined up, you're sort of committed to it as well. Because humans are a creature of habit. We like to have schedules. We like to sort of do the same things each day, get up at a certain time, have breakfast. Everyone's got their morning routines. I'm sure you know what drink you like to have with your meal and what time you like to eat. And, creatures by and large, humans by and large are creatures of habit. So I sort of feel like if you can get into a routine of like doing an interview every 5 days, after a while you'll be in that. Do you know what I mean? You'll be in that routine. So just a bit of advice to anyone that thought about maybe getting into that and maybe doing that. I think that would be a good way to sort of approach it. And yeah, I wouldn't even worry so much about the views or anything in the early stages. I think the best thing to focus on is how do I maximize it? So you get the guest. Was the lighting right? Was the questions right? Could you improve those? Was the audio good? What was your background like? Did the Zoom work? There was no technical problems. if that was all okay and you were happy with the interview, what shorts did you make out of it? Did you share them on TikTok? Did you share them in all these different places? Like, did you get word out that you had interviewed this person? You know, what kind of posts did you do in advance to promote it, right? There must be areas that you could improve the next one, and then you do the next one, and then you go that whole, was that good, was that good, was that good, was that good, and then you do the next one, was that good, was that good, and then you do the next one. And you know, by the time you get down that road, you're in a much better place, you know? So it's yeah, it takes commitment. I thought what I saw at Coast Maniacs, I agree, was very good. Very good. But I think there's some really good interviewers out there as well. I mean, I've got nothing but praise for the work that Chris Van Vliet does. I think he's excellent at it. I think he asks some very insightful questions. But, you know, you see some really good people that have got like slightly smaller channels than that also ask some really good stuff. Big Time said, Gigi Dolan did an interview, said that Tuesdays are TV, Wednesdays are skill sessions, Friday, Saturday live events, wake up early at 9 a.m. to do cardio drills, Sunday is the only day off. That's interesting. I need to have a look at that. I've not seen that interview. That's interesting. So Tuesdays TV, Wednesday skill sessions, love to dig into that. Friday, Saturday live events. I wonder what Monday is, and I wonder what Thursday is. Cardio drills. Wake up early at 9 a.m. to do cardio drills. Sunday is the only day off. I wonder what the skill sessions consist of. I wonder what they do on a Monday. I wonder what they do on a Thursday. I wonder if you're on TV when you find out what you're doing. I wonder, you know, how in advance the scripts are. I mean, there's obviously things that get filmed that they need to go and get sorted. So yeah, there's lots, isn't there? Lots of stuff that you need to sort of get your teeth into. Be easy lining next one up when you wait for the first one. Just don't do it after, said CJS. Yeah. Raslani said, Daze, now that we've seen John, how would we like future retirements to go? Like AJ, Randy, Jericho, Ray? Same. I mean, I'm a big believer that you lose your last match. I'm not going to change my stance on that. I heard Brian and Ariel Hawani. They were saying, look, the reason why you would lose your last match is because in the territories, what would happen is that you would leave the territory, and so you'd go and work for another territory. And so the tradition was you lost to put someone over in that territory, and you would leave, and it would kind of, you know, maybe diminish your star power a bit because you're going off to another territory. To me, that was never a consideration. Never viewed it that way. They kind of used that as a, we don't do that anymore. We don't need you to lose your last match because we don't have the territory system. But I'm going to be honest, I never looked at it that way. The way I look at it is people have laid down for you throughout your whole career, and hopefully you've had great success when you retire, right? I mean, I would feel very different if it was the Brooklyn Brawler, right? If it was actually the reverse and you had spent your whole career losing, then, you know, losing your last match doesn't mean anything, does it? You spent your whole career losing. Then it might be more fun for them to win their last match. But that's very, very rare. We're talking enhancement talent for that, yeah? Jobbers. But I think for someone like John Cena, Roman Reigns, Jericho, Rey Mysterio, like, their star power has been built over a very long period of time. And that has meant that a lot of people have laid down and taken the 3 count for them. And so really what you want is you want to leave the business better than you found it. I think John Cena's wording was absolutely bang on. You want wrestling to continue and be in good health. Like, we all love wrestling and we want it to succeed going forwards. and you want it to be like a great success. You want it to be like more popular than ever. And, you've played your part in that. Ray has done so much for the lucha style and is, arguably the greatest mass wrestler of all time. That's arguable, but to a lot of people he is. I mean, to a lot of people he is going to be the number one mass wrestler they think of. And so, Ray has done so much. And you think about AJ Styles and just how great his career has been and what he meant to those in TNA, going over and forming Bullet Club in New Japan. That arrival in 2016 at the Rumble, amazing. Bangers with John Cena and winning the championship. And, he's achieved so much. And a lot of people have laid down for him to give him those moments. The success that he's had has come at the expense of somebody else. And to me, it's not, I don't understand the drama about it. I really struggle with that. I struggle with it. I really struggle with people being like so passionate that you have to win your last match. I mean, it's the end of the story, and it's the end of your story. You're kind of going out on your sword. It's like going into battle for the final time, It's like going into battle and fighting the good fight and going out on your sword. And whatever star power you've got left, whatever beating you would mean, like, it's the last thing you can give. It's the last thing you can give. It's the last thing you can do. And John Cena didn't just do that. He tapped, right? Which, again, some people like, some people don't. But he could not have done any more, could he? There is nothing more that he could have given back to wrestling. I mean, he actually went above and beyond. He went further than I think any of us expected him to go. There is a respect to that he did that he was willing to give everything in that last match. I don't know, actually, now that the dust has settled, how those people feel that were so passionate about Cena shouldn't have lost. Now the dust has settled down, I don't know if anyone has shifted a little bit. I don't know if rationale has come in and they've thought about it and gone, okay, I understand. I get it, Or if they're still like, no, we shouldn't have lost. I'm sure there's many of those people that are out there. I'm very clear that it's sort of tradition. It's not always followed. People can name Sting, but I don't think that was right. I don't think Sting should have won. I think if you're using Sting as the, well, Sting won, my response to that would be, yeah, but he shouldn't. If beating Sting could have helped someone brag about it after, then I would say they missed an opportunity there. Apparently Sting wanted to lose that last match. He was down for losing it, but it was Tony Khan and the Young Bucks that spoke him out of it and says, no, we're not going to do that. And I would not have had that conversation with Sting. I would not have changed his mind. I would have been like, yep, that's what we do. It's the honourable way of going out. It's the right way to go out. So I'm not down on Sting for doing it. It's not like it's a disgrace or anything, but if people are going to hold that up as like, yeah, well, he didn't lose, my comeback is, well, he should have, because it's the last gift that you can give. So I think, I don't know, perhaps that's a bit of a tradition wrestling fans don't really know. So perhaps a lot of wrestling fans went there thinking John... You see, I tuned in really just expecting John to lose. To me, it was not a question of who was winning the match. To me, it was a question of how good is the match going to be. That was the question. And what is the finish? Not in a month for Sundays did I think it was a tap. But I was just wondering if it was going to be a pin loss or if it was going to be a passing out. Or was there going to be outside interference? I sort of felt like I already had the script of who won, but it was just, how does it play out? That's why I tuned in, yeah? And then, of course, to see what they did after. It was actually quite surprising to me that so many people were thinking Cena was going to win. Genuinely surprising to me. I'm not saying people are wrong to expect that. And I'm not saying that, this is a tradition that always has to be followed. There's maybe different circumstances where, depending on the story, perhaps you would do it a different way. But I don't know. For me, should Brock lose his last match? Yes. Should Ray lose his last match? Yes. Should AJ Styles lose his last match? Yes. My mind is not changed. Nothing has changed. I've not seen anything that changes my mind. And people go in, oh, well, we haven't got the territory system anymore. And I never even thought about the territory system. I just sort of thought, like, look at the heat that Gunther's got right now. Look at the booze. Look at how much fun he had rubbing that salt in. I mean, has his aura improved since what went down on Saturday? Oh, of course it has. He wasn't getting this heat before Saturday, was he? So, has John Cena given a gift to Gunther? Yes, of course he has. Of course he has. He gave him the biggest gift he possibly could. And he's given us the biggest gift as well, because Gunther is now a problem. Gunther is, and I tell you what, Gunther is going to have to get beaten by someone. So, Cena's given us the gift of a monster heel, a credible monster heel, but which we will now continue to build, and he might go on and beat Brock and all of that. But the big question is, who is going to beat Gunther? Who is the person that beats Gunther that benefits from that? Undertaker lost the streak so that Brock could beat him. Yeah? A lot of people said Brock didn't need it. Brock goes to SummerSlam, destroys John Cena. John Cena said, I'm going to let this happen, and I'm okay with all of this, because it would be a waste for us to not capitalize, right? So you now need to be the person that that goes forwards, right? Because Cena didn't need to be the one to beat Brock. So if it was going to be Brock that was going to win, let's make it matter. And actually, again, great example of Cena getting it right there, yeah? I think Cena was right to lose his last match. I think he's right to put over Brock as big as he could in 2014. So Brock beats Undertaker at WrestleMania, faces Cena at SummerSlam, goes squashes Cena. Another shock, right? We're like, oh my God, like really caught us off guard. And that was done. I don't know about the streak, but I do know that SummerSlam was done to benefit, ultimately, Roman Reigns. Because the belief was that someone is going to beat this monster, and Roman is the next person, the next cab in the rank. Roman is the one that will slay this beast. So you build up this monster, and actually you might remember main event of WrestleMania 31 is Brock versus Roman. And, of course, Seth comes in and cashes in, steals the thing, right? I don't know at what point that was decided, but I think the belief at SummerSlam was that Roman was going to be the one to slay Brock Lesnar. We give him the end of the streak. We have him murk Cena. Who's the person that beats him? We're in a very similar situation now. A lot of people are comparing this to the end of the streak. So, Gunther now has got this mad heat. The big question is, who beats Gunther? I think we still build him. I mean, I think he beats Brock. I think he has a good WrestleMania. I think he, goes on a run. I can't see anyone beating Gunther anytime soon. But I don't know, by the time we get to SummerSlam, maybe 2027 WrestleMania. Don't know how long you want to delay it. But for me, the question is, who is that baby face that's going to beat Gunther? We're building him up to feed him to someone. Who are we feeding him to? So, yeah, Cena gave us a great gift of building up and getting Gunther his aura back. And so someone is going to benefit from that. We're all benefiting right now because we've got someone that now feels, Gunther comes out, hits a bit different now. But someone's going to benefit by beating him. Jay, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate you firing in the membership. Fantastic, thank you. And Jared said 100% he should have lost to have put Gunther over. I just didn't agree with the smile before tapping. Why not sell the move or just pass out? Well, yeah. I mean, this is going to be the eternal debate. I have only seen, I think, 2 people, to my knowledge, that have actually addressed why he had to tap. I think there's a lot of people that send stuff in that say, he was right to go out the way he did because, he's put Gunther over and all this kind of stuff. But it doesn't address the tap. If he'd have passed out, he still would have put Gunther over. There's a lot of comments that I understand where people are coming from, but it does not address the tap. It just addresses the loss, which still could have been achieved with a pinfall or a pass out, right? So there's a lot of people that are trying to justify the ending to that match, but they can't explain the tap. There's 2 people I've seen that have tried to explain the tap. One of them is Shayna Baszler, and the other one is I'm trying to remember. I read it earlier. One was Shayna Baszler. The other one, I can't remember who it is now. Oh, Kenny for Your Thoughts was the other one today. I think it was earlier today. I disagree with both. I think Kenny for Your Thoughts said that he had to tap because it's the only way that the character could get closure. And I was like, what are you on about? The closure comes from him leaving the shoes in the ring. That's the closure. The closure is him losing the match and leaving the shoes in the ring. I mean, do you genuinely believe the only way Cena's character gets closure is by tapping out, giving up? We don't need to go through it. There's no point. I'm going to get dragged back into this conversation and there's no point. I've had my say in my breakdown video. And you lot have had your say in the opinions videos. And what's the point in going back over for it all again, But I've read everything. I've seen what everyone's had to say. And I think there's some really, really bad takes out there, honestly. I think there's some really stupid comments that have been made over this. Not by this community, just some of the stuff I'm seeing online. The fact that Cena could only get closure by tapping out is a laugh. It's a joke. It's an absolutely nonsense comment. You're telling me that he wouldn't have got closure by passing out, losing the match, and then leaving his shoes in the ring? What are you on about? What are you on about? It's like coping, honestly. It's like, it really is like coping. It's like, okay, I've thought about it, and it makes sense now because he had to do it, right? And it's like, listen, you're doing all these mental gymnastics trying to justify something that's unjustifiable. He should have passed out. The smile on the face is fine. I don't have a problem with the smile on the face because the smile on the face is him acknowledging that he's leaving the business better than he found it. The smile on the face is, I know I'm slipping away. I know this is the end, but I know it's okay. And off he goes. And to me, no one will ever convince me that is not the better finish. No one will ever be able to convince me that that was not how it should have ended. I think the smile on the face is fine. You could say that he should have been fighting all the way to the end, to represent the never give up. But I think for him to just have a moment right at the very end, just to tell us, just to communicate to us, it's going to be okay. Or, I did my job. My whole purpose was to leave this business better than I found it. And I did it. And, even in that moment, they teased in the video package, didn't they? That he was running back through his head a lot of the moments of his career, and maybe there was that going on as well, as he was remembering everything as he's slipping out of consciousness. I mean, in my mind, if you're slipping out of consciousness and he's thinking back and he's remembering, it's kind of like your life flashing before your eyes at the very end, I mean, to me, he shouldn't even have the energy to tap. He shouldn't even have the energy to lift his arm and tap. Like, to me, he remembers his career. He knows that he's leaving wrestling in a better place than he found it. He knows that he's made a monster in Gunther because this is going to get nuclear heat, that he's just lost his last match in front of a crowd that doesn't want him to. He knows the visual of him passing away is going to be a visual that gets remembered. The smile on the face in that moment is okay for me because it summarizes all of that. And then he goes. Referee comes round. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. He's out. He's down. Gunther stands over him, laughing, pointing. Cena completely out. Later comes round as people come down, applauds him. And, you know, that no one will ever convince me that was not the better finish. But, you know, we just can't escape this conversation of the finish, honestly. The idea that what I've just explained doesn't bring closure to the scene, the only way to do it was tapping out, is like beyond ridiculous. Some of the stuff that gets put online is flipping, honestly. Daze, breaking news. Terence Crawford has retired, says James. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. He's getting on in age a little bit, isn't he? Right, where are we? We've got 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes to go. Right. Hasib said, how can Cena have left wrestling better than he found it? He came in when Taker and Kurt were at the top. Batista, Brock, Orton were all coming through. We haven't got no one now, says Hasib. Well, I think that if you look at the past few years and you look at the amount of money that WWE has made, breaking records with revenue and everything, I think that, you know, it shows that wrestling is in a really strong place. This year has been a bit of a step down from that. But 2023, 2024 are record-breaking years. WWE are signing billion-dollar deals with Netflix. You ain't doing that in the Attitude Era. So I suppose it's the metrics that you want to kind of measure it by. I mean, if you want to measure it by your enjoyment of the show, that's one thing. I don't think Cena was thinking about that as he was passing away. I think Cena is looking at the landscape, looking at WWE having a YouTube channel that's got over 110 million subscribers, looking at WWE's platforms on social media being amongst the biggest out there, looking at, you know, what he achieved in his career and how he managed to kind of break into pop culture. And, you know, along with Stone Cold Rock, you know, Cena managed to do that, as did the likes of Ray and Randy, that all came after the Attitude Era. And, you know, he was part of all of that in working hard, setting things up for the next generation that have taken that baton. You know, Roman Reigns going on to achieve what he achieved. Cody Rhodes now coming back, delivering a fantastic WrestleMania 40. As a result, you got ESPN coming in with God knows how much money. Netflix coming in with God knows how much money. You've got USA Network coming in, spending money. You've got CW Network coming in, spending money. We're just coming off the back of having a deal with Fox. We've got the Saudi Arabia deal, which might be controversial, but it's very lucrative. You know, they're not just going to spend money on something that doesn't matter, right? I think to paint a picture that wrestling is or has not been in a good place recently would be a very, very inaccurate picture. I think it would be very deceptive to paint that, because I actually think wrestling is in a very, very good place. It's just that creatively this year has been very underwhelming. But, I mean, if you go back to 2023 when Bloodline was firing, we were in a great place. And John Cena played a massive part in kind of bringing through Roman Reigns. He played a massive part in WWE, you know, getting through to this period so that that baton could be passed over, you know? I don't think that it is crazy for him in that moment to look at where wrestling is now with a 2-day WrestleMania, a 2-day SummerSlam, Survivor Series being held in a stadium, Saudi Arabia getting like big shows over there, the company going international, going to like Australia, going to Paris, traveling around the world, WWE becoming a global, truly global brand. That in that moment as he's passing away, that he doesn't have a smile on his face and he thinks to himself, I'm leaving it better than I found it. It's just that there's people out there that can't get over the fact that this year has been an underwhelming year. Well, boo-hoo. 2019 was an underwhelming year. 1995 was an underwhelming year. Like, this is wrestling. It's cyclical. Like, you have good periods, and then you have bad periods, and you have good periods, and you have bad periods. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not going to... I'm not going to be crying about the fact that 2025 was underwhelming for too long. My focus is 2026. I want to see next year be better than this year. I want to see us, like, you know, taking some steps forward next year. That's what I'm looking for. Day 19 just finished. Sending out 7:50 tomorrow. Heading to my mom's for pork roast dinner. AB, really? Blumming out. Day 19, you've been working in a row. That's crazy, bud. That's crazy. Seeb said, Daze, at the end of the day, my opinion is that business is business, but to determine the business is better is about the quality of the shows. Well, surely that's reflected in the amount of money that you're making as a business. I mean, I know that this year the quality has been underwhelming, but what do you want John Cena to do? I mean, he's looking back on where the company is and the amount of money that's been generated, the reach of the company globally compared to where it was when he first started. I mean, do you really want to be nitpicky and say that the company's not in a better place because this year we've had some underwhelming show scores? There's a much bigger picture than that. And the bigger picture is that the company is in a very strong place. You know, it's making good money. It's very profitable. I mean, we know that ticket prices are crazy and merch is crazy and, you know, it's got its problems in that regard. The average fan struggling to go in attendance. But WWE is making money. It's profitable. It's in good health. It's reaching out globally bigger than it did before. I don't know, man. I sort of feel like some shows this year were not very good. Or the whole year was not very good if you want to go extreme. But, like, what do you want John to do in that final moment? I just feel like it's so petty. Like, if you look big picture, things are good from a business point of view, and we can easily turn the shows around. Like, I feel like next year is going to be better than this year. And I have that belief. And I feel like I've seen years where WWE have been rubbish. I had to go through the pandemic. I had to watch the nonsense they were doing at the Thunderdome, which was trash. A lot of what they were doing on those Thunderdome shows were not very good. I had to watch zombies eat the Miz, you know? I had to watch wrestling without fans and the energy that the fans bring. And you know, you kind of go through that. You go through, even when we had fans in 2019, as I said, that was just atrocious. I sort of feel like this was not a great year, but I don't know, man. I think it's really petty to kind of go, how can Cena go with a smile on his face saying the business is better than he found it, when I can come out with a pretty good list of reasons as to why it's better than he found it. I'm confident in where we're going. I'm confident that next year can be better. I think that it's easy to get into that pit of depression, honestly, about 2025. I think it's easy to just be down about everything. And I'd say some of you might need a break from wrestling. If it's that much of a struggle, I don't find it a struggle to tune into the shows. I'm looking forward to NXT tonight. I'm excited for next year. I do think it'll be better than this year. But I think if you're looking at wrestling and it's all doom and gloom and you just don't find any enjoyment in it anymore, then I don't know why you're watching, honestly. It might be better to step away and come back in a check it out, at times. Come back in a couple of years. Aaron said, I'll see you for Wrestle Feud tomorrow. Yes. I need Robert as well, actually. Robert's on that. I haven't heard of Robert. Breaking news. Finley says that John Cena died. You heard it here. Cena should have gone out in a stretcher, said Love the Bearded. James said Daze Australia 33 for 2. Archer and Cast with the wickets. So that's a good start. Definitely take that. But obviously more work to be done. I'm looking forward to NXT as usual, but I do miss the days of SmackDown being great, said Alex. Listen, criticism of the show this year is valid. Like, it's valid. We've sat here enough and criticised creative. It's valid. But I still don't find myself going into Raw or SmackDown dreading it, right? I don't go into the shows waking up. Like, I did not wake up today with NXT coming up going, Jesus, I really am not looking forward to this, I feel like there will be things on this show that I can enjoy. And I felt that yesterday. I was excited to see how they were going to follow up on Saturday night's main event. I was excited when I tuned into Saturday night's main event. I was excited when I tuned into SmackDown. It was sort of like the go-home show for Saturday night's main event, right? And they've got me enough where I'm not going into the shows dreading them. And I get the sense that there is a good amount of people out there now that are not that way, that are going into the shows that are like really struggling. I mean, I get a lot of comments of people saying I'm struggling. I'm really struggling at the moment. And my advice is probably not advice that a watch-along person should give, but my advice is honest advice. And it is take a break, step away, recharge, refocus. Like, if you are... No, I don't understand why anyone would go and watch a show that they just really are struggling. I think WWE enjoys such loyalty where they want people to... Like, people so want it to succeed. Like, it's like a football team. We've said this before. People always pick me up on it when they're like, why do you say we? And I think it was James, actually, that made the comment. It was a really good comment. It's like... It's because it's like you're rooting for a football team. Like, I'm rooting for Man United to win or for England to win, right? But I'm rooting for WWE to succeed. Like, I'm rooting for these shows to be great. And I'm rooting for things to be the best they've ever been, I'm rooting for us to have a better 2026 than we had in 2025. And it's like the thing with a club, you wouldn't change your club. If you're a real fan, you won't change your club. I mean, Man United could get relegated. I'd still be a Man United fan, Things could be absolutely atrocious. I'm still supporting United. I'm always going to support England. That's where I'm born. That's where I'm raised. That's where I'm from, right? So at the World Cup, I'll be supporting England. I'd like to see USA do well, Canada do well, but I'll be supporting England. I ain't changing that, right? And no one would expect me to. And it's the same with WWE because I've been watching them since I was a kid. And because I've been through so much with them, the good times, the bad times, like I've been through so much that, I'm just like rooting for them to succeed. There is a real goodwill that I have for them that maybe gets lost because I criticize them. But it's only like when you criticize your favorite sports team. It's like die-hard New England Patriot fans criticizing how their team played at the weekend. They're going to turn up the next week, They still love the team. They're still buying the merch. They're still Patriots till they die. But that ain't going to stop them criticizing the team. And, if the team's not doing well. In 2025, if WWE aren't doing well, I'll sit here and I'll criticize them. But I'll show up next week. And I'll be optimistic for 2026. And I'll believe that things are going to get better. And I can hopefully present that with a little bit of, factual backing to go, well, we don't have the European tour in February. So I think that, we're going to be better for the build for WrestleMania. We don't have John Cena's retirement year to kind of distract us. Granted, there might be some other retirements, but nothing's going to be as big as what the Cena one was. So, hopefully creatively we can really dig into some stories. Hopefully the vision is going to be stronger next year. Hopefully Stephanie will be stronger next year. Hopefully Tiffany will be stronger next year. Bronson, blah, 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 blah. And so, I can sort of pin my hopes. Maybe Jericho comes back, which will be an interesting wrinkle. I can sort of pin my hopes a bit on, those reasons being why next year could be a better year. Might still suck. I don't know. You never quite know. Every year is, you're going into the unknown. But it's a real mixed bag, isn't it? It's not like we have had loads of bad years. I don't think people would say 2024 was a bad year. I don't think people would say 2023 was a bad year or 2022. You might say 2021 and 2020 and 2019 for reasons. But, I can go into next year with a sense of optimism. So, yeah, I if you don't feel that way, if that is not where you are, then maybe it is right to just step away and just see if you can refine that love for wrestling, see if you miss it. Sometimes you need to miss it to come back to it, There is enough going on at the moment to keep me on board. I see people scoring shows 2, 3. I mean, I'm not at that level. For me, I watched yesterday's show and I got Gunther at the start. I got him and AJ Styles. I got the CM Punk promo. I got the Austin Theory reveal, which I was interested in. I got the Usos New Day, which was okay. I wish it had been better, but, it was something. I got something. I wish it was better, but I got something. And there's things I didn't like. I'm not a fan of Logan being around the Vision. I'm not a fan of Maxine being the Intercontinental Champion. I mean, there's definitely things going on I don't like, but that's always going to be the case, man. That is largely always there is always going to be some good stuff and some bad stuff. So you have to kind of make that call yourself as to where you are with it. 2025 has been the struggle for many, but I just find myself still rooting for it to succeed, Danny said, does HBK win Booker of the Year? Tony and Triple H have had a pretty miserable year. The only ones in contention should be HBK, maybe TNA. I don't know. I mean, I don't watch AEW. I don't watch TNA, so I can't really comment when it comes to Booker of the Year, because I think you'd have to be watching, to be honest, you'd have to be watching New Japan. You'd have to be watching CMLL. You'd have to be watching AAA. You'd have to be watching Stardom. I mean, if someone was to tell me Stardom had an incredible year and they should win Booker of the Year, I can't comment, can I? I always find Booker of the Year so hard because how can you watch all of that wrestling? I mean, I can't. I mean, it takes up pretty much all my time to keep on top of everything WWE. I mean, if you want to watch Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Evolve, keep on top of what's going on with social media like we try and do with Unseen, I don't know how you fit in anything else. I don't know where the time is. Now we're trying to squeeze in AAA shows, which we're going to do one on Saturday. So how do you fit everything in? And I don't know. So for me, I kind of feel like Booker of the Year is really hard. Does Triple H get it? No, I can't. There's no grounds whatsoever that you could give it to Triple H. Bleacher Report gave John Cena's retirement tour a grade of an F. Gave it an F. So for me, I sort of look at that and yeah. I think I scored it like a 5. I don't know what that relates to a grade. I don't know what 5 out of 10 relates to in a letter grade. Perhaps it's a bit higher. Perhaps it's a D, E plus, D minus. I don't know. I'm not sure. But they gave it an F. I think they were probably even harsher than I was. So that was doing the rounds yesterday. So, if that was the most important thing that Triple H was booking this year and it gets an F from Bleacher Reports, and I think a lot of us would score it pretty low as well, kind of shows there's no way he can be Booker of the Year this year. I wouldn't expect him to be. Aaron said, I'll never give up watching wrestling, football, darts. They're always what I love, says Aaron. Yep, I agree. I think that, look, I can't say I would never give up on WWE. I think you do see it actually with old timers really struggling. I think the more that you get away from your childhood, there maybe is a truth that it drifts away. When you get into, if you got into wrestling during the Attitude Era, where we are now is so far removed from that you are going to struggle. If you got into it during the Golden Era, where everyone's big and jacked, where we are right now is probably quite removed from that because steroids were prominent and prevalent. Where we are right now is so removed from that, you're probably struggling. Plus, there was a lot of gimmicks. You had Undertaker, Brutus with the shears, and Big Boss Man, and like Jake the Snake Roberts, Brutus the Barber, Beefcake. So there was all these gimmicks around. We don't really do that now because we have so many people that come in. There's so much churn, so much talent that you just couldn't. You can't have a gimmick for everyone. People have got to largely be themselves. You just kind of ask people, what are you into, really? Sol Ruka likes surfing, so we sort of lean into that a bit, I don't even know what Sami Zayn is, but he's kind of like the plucky underdog, isn't he? So, everyone just sort of... Kalani has got a gymnastics-like background. I mean, there's just not enough gimmicks, really, to give to everyone. You've just got to sort of lean into their interests, and we're kind of doing that these days. So you sort of look at like where we are now compared to where we've been, and yeah, it changes, but it's always changed. I mean, Bruno Sammartino, when he was wrestling, it was smoky rooms with like proper grappling. It was like the matches, it weren't about the quality, it was about who's going to win. And it was, people trying to outmaneuver each other. It was, a little bit of showmanship, but by and large, I mean, absolutely nothing compared to now. You show a Bruno Sammartino match to someone now, they're going to be asleep. But the truth is that is where wrestling was at the time. It was pay your money to go and see the wrestling. You knew what you was going to. You was going to a night of matches. They made sure they had good heel face dynamics, so you all rooted for someone. And basically, you kind of watched the match unfold, and it wasn't like aerial stuff and gymnastics and all this. It was completely different. Bruno hated what wrestling became. Absolutely hated it. Hated the cartoony nature of, the Ultimate Warrior and all that kind of stuff. Just thought it was a load of nonsense. Just really watering down, making the product really childish. That was not what he was doing. That's not what he represented in the 60s and the 70s. Very outspoken about it. It became even more outspoken when we got to the Attitude Era. Can you imagine how Bruno reacted to bra and panty matches? Blumming hell, right? I think the truth is, the further you get away from the wrestling that you fell in love with, the more it becomes a struggle. And this is why you see people get into it as kids and then sort of grow out of it, because it does sort of deviate from the wrestling that they grew up watching. I would say, actually, we've probably just been through a bit of a period that's not had as much change. John Cena, maybe during like Ruthless Aggression compared to now, probably more PG now, more certainly, better production and everything as, technology has improved and different techniques have come in, but it's probably not the drastic change that Bruno saw, Where we go from here, I have no idea. Kids getting into it now, how are they going to feel about WWE in 20 years? Don't know where it's going to be in 20 years. I mean, maybe we'll see a lot more AI influence in the future, and maybe that could change things, and perhaps we see a big change from where we are now thanks to that, because that seems to be affecting a lot of things, doesn't it? So I sort of think that it's natural that you see a lot of people, a lot of old-timers struggling. I don't think Jesse particularly cares about the current product. Jesse the Body Ventura. Certainly he seems to be out of place with his commentary, doesn't he? Where he's like really bigging up the heels and whatever and going into the baby faces. And we sort of used to do that back in the day. That's what Jesse used to do. He used to be on the side of the heels. And we don't do that now. So when he does that on commentary, it's all really jarring and really weird. I mean, they said on the pre-show about how Cena was a 17-time world champion, and Jesse was like, that means he's lost it 17 times. That's certainly not something I would brag about. So it's like, it's just different. But as time goes by and you kind of move away from the wrestling that you grew up loving, I think this is where people naturally do sort of struggle with it. And then add in the fact 2025 has been a bad year and we are where we are. Jared said, I'm heartbroken. You didn't invite me over to watch Raw or NXT. I like your company, seeing you on a screen, but it's just not enough since we're now neighbours, says Jared. Well, Jared, I'll tell you, my concern is now that we are neighbours, if I invited you round and you was on the stream, I think you might be more interested in engaging than me. I do have a reputation for waffling. That might come as a surprise to some people. But yeah, you might come in, you might be like more cohesive. You might get to the point a lot quicker. You might be more insightful. And that could be real trouble for me. So it was actually self-preservation was the reason as to why I didn't want to do that. So hopefully you understand, Jared. It's nothing personal. It's completely born out of fear. Mayor Pete said, what? Breaking news, Daze Waffles. I know, it is a surprise. It's a dark secret that I've kept from you all. But yeah, it is something that has been, I've been accused of it once or twice in the past. Robbie said, I used to watch every week all the shows from like 98 to about 2014, 2015. I shifted to just Rumble and Mania. It wasn't until the end of 2023 I went back watching full time again. Yeah, I mean, I think you probably caught it at a great time with the Bloodline and certainly with Cody and finishing the story, which I think really resonated with people. And obviously 2024 is where that story finishes, and I think you caught some really great then. And honestly, I think for me, the good times ended at 40. I know a lot of people might say 2024 as a whole was great, but I just sort of feel like what we were doing with the Bloodline after that was not as captivating. I think, you know, Solo obviously forms his own Bloodline, and, you know, we end up with Cody Solo at SummerSlam, which was not great. Roman comes back there. We ultimately get to Bloodline at Survivor Series, which is fine. You know, there's definitely things in the that's good, but I don't know. I sort of feel like The Rock, the build, the finishing the story, man, early 2024 is peak. It is peak. You know, we're even doing a show where we are promoting WrestleMania, and that's where The Rock shows off the Bloodline family tree. And even that as just like this standalone show to promote WrestleMania was so captivating, so exciting. It's like, what's going to go down? Who's he going to choose? This is where Cody is going to finally choose. Is it Roman? Is it going to be Seth? The Rock was there as well. The Rock had already made it very clear he wanted Roman. And that was so interesting. Do you remember backstage, The Rock having words with Triple H, saying this is BS as Triple H was being interviewed? He storms past him. You're like, oh my God, we are cooking. I mean, it was so good. That was peak. Anything that comes after 40 is a step down. But I remember saying, look, you can't compare WrestleMania season to non-WrestleMania season, you know? You can't compare them. Like, they're not comparable. So it's one of those where we have to just sort of take, you know, the WrestleMania season and go, yeah, that is special. The rest of the year is not going to be as good. And I think, honestly, if WrestleMania season this year had been better, people would have been okay with it. But this year, it was atrocious. WrestleMania season, I mean, what do you remember from it? I mean, apart from Cena getting booed because he was a heel, and I remember Drew and Damian fighting, I think it was in London, on the windscreen of a car, and genuinely outside of that, I don't remember much. I remember the Tiffany Charlotte drama. And yeah, I mean, other than this, I'm struggling. It was so inconsequential. So the hope is that next year we will get a much better WrestleMania season, you know? The build to 40 was fantastic. The build to 41 dross. Hopefully, whatever we do at 42, we're going to get a build worthy of it. Edward said, Daze, is Corey Graves on commentary for the AAA event? Not sure that it's been mentioned, to be honest. So I'm not sure. Don't know if they're going to send him down. I mean, we didn't get English commentary, did we, last time? So I don't know if they're going to send him down for this one. It's on December 20th, so I'd actually think probably not. It's probably just going to be all in Spanish again. But that doesn't bother me because I don't really need the commentators. Like, I can watch the matches. We can talk about what's going down. I thought it worked fine last time. Bruno said the moment before Cena tapped, Gunther did everything to beat Cena, but John just kept getting up. That was enough for Cena because he knew he could beat him. He didn't need to prove it. Let the next hero step up, says Bruno. Well, I'm not sure that's true, buds. I'm not sure Cena knew that he could beat him. I actually think Cena knew he couldn't escape. Cena tried everything, as you said, to get out, and he couldn't get out. He kept getting up, but he also kept getting dragged right back down. So he, that whole never give up thing, that was Cena, to me, showing that never give up, keep fighting, keep trying to get out. And he did that again and again and again. And I love that bit of the match. I love that bit where he's trying to get out and showing that fight, because I think that represents never give up. But the problem is he couldn't get out. I did not read that as, I could beat this guy, because he didn't. He had the whole match and he didn't. So he kept getting up and he just kept getting dragged right back down again. I actually think, he fought until there wasn't any fight left. He tried to get out of it until he had no energy left to even try. And so that's why he sort of accepts his fate. That is why he's lying there. The smile comes across the face as he remembers the past. And as I said, I think the one thing he said all throughout is he wants to leave the business better than he found it. And I think as he looks back on his career and he looks at where the company is now, the smile comes on his face. And for me, all of that is absolutely fine. The storytelling there is fantastic. I'm not down on any of that, because there's no way out of it. He's tried and tried and tried and tried till his body cannot try anymore. That to me symbolizes never give up. It's the question is, should he then, after the smile, the reflecting back, the coming to peace with what is about to happen, coming to peace, looking back and being satisfied with everything, knowing that you contributed, knowing that you gave to the company. In that moment there, the final seconds, the absolute final seconds, do you pass out or do you tap? And I honestly think the decision to tap was because it wasn't so much about Cena not representing never give up, because I think he tried to show us that he never gave up with all the attempts of getting out, right? And I think it was a case of, how do I put Gunther over the biggest? What is the biggest thing I can do for Gunther? What is the absolute biggest thing I can do? What is the biggest thing I can do for Gunther? And I think someone was like, well, him having you give up would be the biggest thing, so that he can go around and brag about making you tap. And so I think that was why he ended up doing what he did. The debate is, though, does that not badly reflect on the never give up man giving up? That's the conversation, isn't it? In that moment, in those dying seconds, why could he not just pass out? Why could he not smile, thinking back, and go? And then you read all this stuff, people saying, like, well, he had to tap because he had to get closure. You're like, I don't know what you're smoking. I have absolutely no idea. Like, we are on such different planets. how the closure comes from him leaving the shoes in the ring. That's the closure. That's the closure. That's where it ends. I mean, he's never done that before. This is where you leave your shoes in the ring, which is an old tradition, leaving your boots in the ring. That is you closing your career. Triple H did it at WrestleMania. Do you remember? Came out to leave his boots in the ring at the start of, was it 39? 38 or 39? Where he comes out, leaves the boots in the ring. That's an old tradition to say, my career is done. I have left my boots in the ring. Old tradition. That's your closure. The idea that the only way Cena was going to get closure was by tapping out. The only way he was going to get closure was by the never giving up man giving up, basically going against what he stood for. That's the only way that character was ever going to get closure. I can't be the... I don't know, perhaps I'm alone. I don't know. To me, I looked at it, I was like, it's such a bad take. I genuinely think some people's X accounts should be suspended. I honestly think if you're going to say stuff like that, you shouldn't be allowed an X account. I found it to be... Yeah. I'm just very grateful I get an opportunity to just point out how stupid some of these comments are. But anyway, we got 10 minutes to go. And then we'll be at NXT. Asib said, Daze, why do we think people walk away from WWE easily, but with sports, people don't tend to leave? I think it's because people don't necessarily view WWE as a sports team. I think with a sports team, there is more of a commitment that's built in. So, like, you know, if you support Man United and you're hanging around Man United fans, you know, you go to the ground and you follow your team and everything, it's sort of so frowned upon that you leave that club and go and support someone else. You know, you just don't do it. Even if times are hard, it's loyalty. There's a lot put on loyalty, isn't there? Like, that's your club. You can't celebrate the good times if you don't go through the bad times. And actually, I think that's kind of a fair way to look at wrestling. You know, who are you to celebrate the ending of Cody's story? Who are you to celebrate, you know, the bloodline? If you weren't here for the bad shows that we had to sit through. And, you know, maybe that's not a fair way to look at it, but I sort of feel like there's a lot of crossover between WWE and, you know, football clubs. I mean, if you're going to be someone that just tunes into the big shows, just like, you know, you're only going to support Man United when they win the league, and you're going to turn up to the trophy parade in your brand new Man United kit that you just bought because, you know, you want to celebrate the fact you've won the league, even though you've never watched them before. I mean, it's a bit cringe, isn't it? That feels a bit cringe. I sort of feel like with WWE, it's comparable, where if you go through the hard times, I think you enjoy the good times more. They mean more. They hit harder because you've been there when it wasn't as good. It's like if your favorite team wins the league after you've had to watch season after season of, you know, them struggling. You know, if Man United win the Premier League, I feel like I've earned celebrating that because they haven't won it for like 12 years. So if they win the league, I feel like rightfully I can have a beer with a smile on my face because I've had to watch them lose again and again and again. I've had to watch a lot of bad performances. If England beat Australia in the cricket this time around, I can celebrate that. I've had to watch them lose twice and badly. And it's been embarrassing, right? The amount of sledging that's been thrown, you know, my way. Well, not my way, but England fans' way. I mean, actually, it's getting to the point where it's so embarrassing. I think people just feel sorry for us now. I think it's got to the point where it's actually gone beyond, like, having the mickey taken out of you. People are like, is everything all right? So if they can beat Australia, I think a beer and a celebration has been earned. But you know, with wrestling, it doesn't carry that. I don't think people view WWE as like a club that you support and it's, you know, ride or die loyalty kind of a thing, you know. Perhaps part of it was, for me, formed when there was an option, and that was WCW. And there was people that supported WCW, was people that supported, and there was, you know, a little bit of tribalism back in the 90s. I was WWE, and if I saw WCW, I wasn't like, ugh, you know, but I wasn't tuning in, going out my way to watch it. I wasn't buying the figures and tuning into the show and all that sort of stuff. Like WWE was what I loved. That was my brand. Those were the wrestlers I loved, and I'm sure the other guys were good, but that wasn't something I watched. I was a WWE. I was quite loyal, even as a kid. I was not tuning into WCW. I know a lot of people were doing the switching of the channels. I'm watching Nitro, I'm watching Raw. That wasn't me. I was just getting tapes of WWE. So, you know, for me, like, even now with, like, AEW, like, I gave it a watch to see, but, I mean, it didn't grab me. There was more about it I didn't like than like, and that was it. You know, I'm WWE. This will always be what I revert back to. This, you know, it's so hard for me to think about me not watching because I've done it for so long. So, yeah, I sort of feel like if next year is good, you all deserve to really enjoy it and know that you're not fair weather fans. You're not people that just came in just to come in for the good times, because you went through the bad times. I think 2025 was a really disappointing year, and we all hope 2026 is going to be better. And if it is, you can enjoy it knowing that you went through the bad times, just like if you're a football fan. You know, and look, if someone gets into wrestling at that time, it's not their fault, is it? If a kid starts watching in 2026, you can't turn around and go, you can't enjoy this. You weren't here for the bad times, man. You can't do that, right? But, you know, these people that are casual fans that just tune in for, like, WrestleMania and that's it, like, fine, whatever. But I'd much rather speak with people. I'd rather have conversations with people that watch regular and have been through the hard times than have conversations with those people. Because those people aren't going to know a great deal. And, you know, they're just tuning in for the big show. It's like, if you're a football fan, do you care about the people that only tune into the Super Bowl once a year? I mean, you might invite the family round as a few extra people. Like, you watching the Super Bowl, come round, I'll explain it all to you. Perhaps get some enjoyment from that. But if you really want to talk about the game that you love and you've watched all year, and you want to talk about the players and you want to get into the detail, surely you need to have people that know and have been watching football. Surely. I'd imagine those people want to have a real mixture, you know. The family will come round to enjoy it, but, you know, you're probably looking forward to catching up with Uncle John, who's got his own thoughts about it and has been watching it all year, you know. Right, where are we? Where are we, actually? No. There. Joe Hendry, Miles Bourne, Dion Lennox, Leon Slater, they collide in a fatal four-way. Okay, we've got a countdown, and we are live in 1 minute 51. I think I just saw a thing come through. Jaden, shout out to you, says, Merry Christmas, buds. Jared said, what do we think of Drew Cody video package? Thought it was great. More of that, please. I thought it was really great. That's the kind of thing I'm after. Doesn't have to be that they go round the house. Doesn't have to be that. But I think that, yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing we were asking for. I thought it was shot really well. Felt cinematic. And actually, do you remember that? There was a lot of that, wasn't there, during WrestleMania 40? Around that time, there was a lot of cinema. This is cinema, yeah? Cody and Roman. Didn't they meet on, like, a football field? All the cars arrived and everything. And mean, we ain't said that in a while, have we? Blimey now. When was the last time we went, oh my God, this is cinema? But we used to do that a lot, actually. So, yeah, I thought it was shot really, really well. True. We've been here when Raw was a chore and it's been like 3 out of 10. We can enjoy it more than others. Yeah, I'm serious. The only way I can explain it is like Man United. I know many of you might not follow Man United, but they used to be a big club, winning all the time. And for the past 12 years, it's been horrible. They haven't won the league in like 12 years. They're constantly buying players that just don't work out. And it's just been a flipping nightmare. And it continues to be a nightmare. I mean, they're still about 6th in the table. But last year, I think they were like 15th. Horrible. But I'm sure they'll get back to winning a Premier League title again some point in my life. And when they do, I feel like I can really celebrate that. I can really know that I wasn't just a fair weather fan. The other thing as well is when I was a kid, they were winning a lot. And you'd have a lot of people saying you're a glory hunter. You're only supporting them because of them winning, right? Which wasn't true. But, you know, I had that a lot as a kid. And I sort of feel like this period now where they're not winning and I still watch them and I still support them, it's kind of like, I suppose, me showing myself, the world, that I am a true fan and that I haven't, you know, jumped ship and gone elsewhere and I am loyal. And I suppose in a way I view WWE in that regard. It's weird. I don't know if I should. I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Some people will be like, just watch everything, you know? Which is fine. Yeah, you can do that. But for me, I watch WWE. Right. Show has started. Let's get this on here. Days, I used to watch like 15 shows, but now I'm down to about 6. Raw, NXT Dynamite, TNA, SmackDown, and Collision. GCW shows, MLW shows where I can, and I've not watched OVW in ages. Well, what I would say about that, James, is, you know, you're someone that's very passionate about wrestling and all the different companies, which is great. I think, you know, you are someone as well that if WWE gets goods, you've been there through the bads. Doesn't matter if you've watched other shows. It's kind of irrelevant, really. It's more about, was you here when it wasn't goods, you know? And, you know, you can absolutely say you was. So, you know, if it gets good again, you know, you can really enjoy it. You can be like, God, I've deserved this. I've earned this. So it's not so much about, oh, what, you watch AEW as well. It's not really about that. But it's about, you know, are you someone that's going to just go away, come back for WrestleMania? Or you're going to grind out these shows? Are you going to stay committed? Okay, Saturday night's main event recap. Right, I have put in the chat the feedback form. So the feedback form is answer questions. It just helps. So far, we've got over 50 responses, but we do need some more, actually. I should have posted this earlier. We're looking for the funniest WWE moment of the year. We're looking for the best promo of the year. We're looking for the best men's feuds and the best women's feuds. We're looking of the year. We're looking for the worst catchphrase in WWE history, and we're looking for what item, WWE item, do people want the most in 2025. 6 questions. They are the questions I'm going to be asking Aaron and Robert tomorrow. You'll then see the answers of that next year. But in order to find those answers, I need your responses. So we've had over 50 responses. So if you click the link, you'll be able to leave your feedback. We are in the parking lot. What's happening? Javon wants Ricky. Here's Ava. Calm down. Javon says he's not going inside. Okay, NXT beginning. This is our last live NXT of the year. Tomorrow, I believe they're doing a double taping. Which is a bit strange that they're going to have like audience there, but they're not going to show it live. They're just going to tape it. Okay, we're starting with Blake Monroe here. Blake Monroe. She's taking on Thea Hale, I believe, isn't she? Good thing they're in Florida. Wouldn't be staying outside if they were up north, says Corey. Doesn't Javon realise the parking lot is unsafe, says Robbie. It's very unsafe. Booker T says NXT won. Okay, here's Thea Hale. Now, she's not with Joe Hendry anymore, so she's coming out to her own music. Thea Hale making her way down to the ring, getting in the ring. I really don't like this music for her. It doesn't work for me. Okay, Blake Monroe back in the corner. Could we see a shock title change here? Okay, Thea Hale getting her intro. I love it when the audience chants one fall, said Suzanne. I miss her being in Chase U, said Jaden. Daze, you should be glad you're not watching AEW. The shows on Triller and TBS are out of sync with start time, said Asib. Are they? I find there's bits I see that look all right. I mean, I'm not down on them, but obviously I like Tony Storm. But here we go, belt being held up. So North American Championship on the line. Let's ask the question, shall we, and see what you lot think in regards to who is going to win this. Is it going to be Thea Hale? Could we get another shock for Christmas? A little pre-Christmas shock. Maybe Blake Monroe gets freed up to go after the top title next year. Thea Hale gets the belt. Oof. Or is it just a routine title defense? Thea Hale keeping Blake Monroe grounded. Daze, what was your favorite time period? Mine was 2012, 2019, says James. I wouldn't go as far as 2019. I am in agreement with you. I do really like that period. I feel like it's really exciting for NXT because NXT becomes its own brand. And I loved that black and gold when it first started. You know, the network starting up in 2014 as well. I mean, having access to all of those shows. You know, you've got Daniel Bryan and Yeselmania around 2014. Just before that, you had like the Punk stuff as well. CM Punk around, of course. AJ Lee's first run, which I really enjoyed. The Shield coming in at the end of 2012. I mean, I think like 2013, where you got the Wyatt family. I think, yeah, 2012, 13, 14, 15. I think that is fantastic periods. If you want to talk about, like, can't miss shows, though, you do have to say Attitude Era. I mean, every time you tuned in, you didn't know what you were going to get. That kick into that standing moonsault was brilliant from Thea. Thea really bringing, like, some great pace here. But, yeah, I love that period as well. I agree. But I do really love the sort of late 80s going into the 90s. You know, if you think about 89 with Hogan and Macho Man, Mega Powers exploding, and you think about the rise of the Warrior leading to WrestleMania 6, where you've got, like, Warrior against Hogan. Hulkamania running wild. I love that period as well. WrestleMania 6 at the Sky Dome. WrestleMania 5, as I said, Trump Plaza. I'm a big golden era guy. I love, like, the characters at that time. Tag wrestling, Demolition, Legion of Doom, you know, Macho Man, Bulldog, Boss Man, flipping. Love the golden era. So I definitely want to give that a shout as well. It's hard though. I mean, Bloodline was so great as well. Really enjoyed Bloodline. Blake Monroe back in control. She looks at the cameras. We're about to go to commercial break. There we go. Love that spot with Blake going after the arm, said William. Who was better, Ludwig Borger or Lars Sullivan? Do you know, Ludwig Borger, to me, was Brock Lesnar. When I was a kid watching Ludwig Borger, he, to me, was a problem. It felt like he was going to be a big, big problem. And actually, it was really interesting finding out about his, I think, was it an SS tattoo or a swastika? Turned out they found out that he was like a neo-Nazi. And that was it then, obviously. He was done. And I didn't know any of that, of course. I mean, it was not a visible tattoo. I think it was on his ankle or something. So it was in his, you know, you couldn't see it. But he was like so athletic. I would say he was a bit like Bron Breakker, actually. You know, he wasn't jacked like Brock, just like how Bron Breakker's not like big and jacked like Brock, but he's athletic. Wrestled in like a singlet as well. So he was someone that I remember as a kid thinking, this guy's a real problem, man. He's a real problem. And he probably would have been if it wasn't for his views. So him or Lars Sullivan? Lars Sullivan had a bigger size. He was bigger. Didn't find him to be that interesting, though. You know, if I was to rank them as characters, not as people, you know, but as characters, I think Ludwig Borger's more interesting. Right now, we've got Sleeper Hold being applied by Blake Monroe. We've got a minute left until we're back. I miss Bloodline. Solo is good in some ways. His MFTs, just, it's not the original, says James. I love when guys can't tell if I'm being sarcastic, says Brony. Right now, we got Thea down. Jaden said, people complaining about the way Cena went out for me, but it was perfect. The smile was like, I'm ready. It's time for me to go, says Jaden. There have been people that have complained about the smile as well, yes. I think the complaints aren't so much about that, though. I think it's more, it comes down to the tap, but then for some people, it's the fact he lost. Shots coming in there by Blake. We got 8 seconds to go. That looks like $1 million dream that she's got in, actually, more than a sleeper. So, yeah, we are back from commercial break. They're giving this match a bit of time. We've 15 minutes into the show. We started straight away with this. Thea Hale is down. Blake Monroe. Okay, there's Joe Hendry, just shown backstage. Crowd are chanting for Thea. Headbutt coming in there by Thea as Blake goes back against the ropes. Bang! Blake goes down. Double axe handle. Blake goes down again. Thea slams her down. Whoa! Love the energy. Thea shaking the ropes. Senton's back. She gets a little bit caught, but manages to get the pin, and she's got it. The referee's saying, yeah, the referee says, yeah, you won. Hang on, they played Blake's music, but the referee's counted it. Mate, this seems so messy. They're doing it. Mate, there was so much confusion. They played Blake Monroe's. Oh my God, yeah, title change. Mate, it really feels like that was not meant to happen. It really feels like there was so much confusion there. It's like even flipping WWE didn't have Thea Hale's music queued up. Mate, I've got to tell you, if that wasn't meant to happen, but... So look, she goes here, lands on her, right? It gets a little bit caught, goes for the cover. 1, 2. Them shoulders are down. Those shoulders are down. I don't think she did. I don't think she did. I don't think she did get the shoulder up. I gotta tell you, if that was not meant to happen, but the ref counted it because the shoulders are down, I 1000% support that. I hate referees swiping. Hate it. If the argument is you're going to get people winning that weren't meant to, good. Maybe wrestlers will start kicking out and not leaving it so late. I think with that one, though, she was actually, by the looks of it, trapped. It looks to me like she was a little bit trapped and she couldn't quite get the shoulder up, actually. I think Thea Hale might have actually pinned Blake Monroe. Mate, that is shocking. That's one of the most shocking moments of the year. They didn't even have her music queued up. I think that was meant to go a little longer. I don't even think she was meant to win. They had Blake music queued up. Do you know, that is so good. And listen, they might turn around and they might have worked us, yeah, in the sense of, okay, let's make it seem like we don't know that that's happened and let's lean into that and let's make it seem like that wasn't meant to go down. They could have done that. They absolutely could have done that. Whatever that was, I love it. Thea Hale gets a shock victory over Blake Monroe. Blake was trying to get her shoulders up. I don't believe she did. I know the commentators are trying to make out that she got screwed and whatever, but... Wow. She tried kicking out, but she just couldn't get that shoulder up, says Danny. I mean, when I say a shock, I mean for everyone. For WWE as well. I'm a big believer in it, honestly. If you're meant to get your shoulders up and you don't, that's on you. The only thing is, I don't think there would be heat on Blake there because she did not... She tried and she, like, legitimate... If she goes to the back, she's like, I couldn't get my shoulders actually up, you know? If I'm Thea Hale, I'd be like, well, it sucks being you, doesn't it? You mean I actually beat you? I actually pinned you. Well, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I'll be sure to send you some pictures of the championship belt. If I was Thea, I'd own it. It's a screw job. It's the NXT screw job. It's Bret Hart all over again. If I'm Thea, I'd already been saying Blake screwed Blake. I'd love to see an unseen episode on that one, said Steve. Oh, I mean, honestly, I was into the match. It was fun. It was fine. You know, Thea was getting a bit of energy and everything, but they've given us such a treat there where we can get our teeth into, was that meant to happen? You know, what was the plan? I'm sure someone will be on it, looking into it. I hate the swiping. I'd much rather you just count the three, you know? It's funny, actually. I had a big conversation, didn't I, the other day about realism in wrestling. There was this big conversation we had at the end of Saturday night's main event, which was all to do with realism and how wrestling isn't as real as it used to be. And I think that's a struggle when you see a referee go 1, 2, and they swipe when clearly they could have hit the 3. That one is a bugbear for me. So if they've spoke to the refs and they've said you just count it, I just applaud. Why take the title off Blake? Do they not understand the process of building a star? Blake's buried. Yeah, but Brony, was it meant to happen? That's what we're debating. Was that intended? There was so much confusion. The referee calls for the bell. No one seems to know if the match has ended or not. WWE start playing music. It's not Thea's music. It's Blake Monroe's music. There's all this flipping confusion around. That absolutely might not have meant to happen, what just happened. That absolutely could have been a mistake. Ricky losing didn't make any sense. Blake losing makes no sense. Is Triple H booking these? The ref shouldn't have counted the 3, said Eric. Shoulders are down. Daze, do you think Punk retains on January 5th? I think that's a hard one, but honestly, I think that's a difficult one because I think you can make an argument for going either way. Bron Breakker is the future. They really believe in him, so... You know, do you go and invest in him? Do you, pull the trigger? Or do you get through it somehow and keep the belt on Punk by the skin of his teeth and then, build to WrestleMania? I honestly, I think you could go either way. Days to be a fly on the wall backstage right now, I know. Okay. That was devastating, but it's this pin here. 1, 2. Blake Monroe did not kick out. Listen, guys, wrestling is really simple. If you get pinned, you have to kick out before the 3 count. And she didn't. And that's it. Story over. Thanks for attending my TED Talk. That's how wrestling works. Do you know, as soon as Blake Monroe figures out how wrestling works, she'll be great. She will start having longer championship reigns as soon as she understands how wrestling works. As soon as someone has gone through in depth the rules, she'll be great. Okay, all ego. Ethan Page making his way down. Ego. Kill him with a smile. They chanting a-hole. I'm appalled. I'm appalled that the wrestling world seems to be more concerned about what champions were crying. Okay, so Ethan cutting a promo right now. Okay, crowd are booing Ethan, and he's wondering why he got attacked. Yeah, this is going to be interesting because Tony did attack him last week. Stax is coming out, though. He's coming out with Ariana. Tagged you in a post, I think you'll like, says Jared. Okay, bud, thank you. Give me a sec. Let me get the match up. Okay, so Stax wants the mixed tag titles. Moose is coming out now. Moose coming out, wasn't expecting that. Moose said he's laser focused. Nice little swerve there. He's laser focused on Ethan Page. You need to talk to Ava. Okay, Ethan against Moose. I'm here for that. That'll be good. Ethan against Moose going down on December 30th, and apparently it's going to be a end of the year show. So, yeah, here for that. It's not what I was expecting. I mean, I really thought we were going to get Tony D'Angelo. So that's what I thought we were going to get. Ethan livid's demanding that his title get put down. Okay, we got Leon Slater backstage with Javon. Ricky might not even show, says Leon. I had Ober beat, says Javon. We need to focus on what's important right now. And that's my #1 contenders match. Okay, here's Hank and Tank making their way down. They better give Moose that North American Championship since NXT T-Star's been winning the TNA one, says Kader. I don't mind him winning it at all, actually. I would be down for it. Seems like that December 30th show is being sort of built up as something special. Hank and Tank making their way down after being over in Japan. They're taking on OTM next. So that's going to be our second match. Get your votes in for our first match. We'll get the scores for that in a second. We are just at commercial break. So we've built up Ethan against Moose. Stax and Ariana have made it clear that they are interested in going after those mixed tag titles. We've got Javon waiting for Ricky. But Leon's like, look, he ain't coming. Just come and help me instead. I got my #1 contenders match. And now we've got that obviously shock result at the start. And OTM versus Hank and Tank. Tank and Tank. Tank and Hank. That'll do. Right, 130 yard. That'll do. Let's write this down so we've got the community score recorded. Bang, 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 bang. We want show score 2025 NXT. That one. Thea versus Blake. Okay, good 50, bad 5, great 31, all-time 14. It comes out as good 95. Good 95. I feel like I'm watching something and new. Right, Bank and Tank are like a modern day bushwhackers. Wrestle Andy, shout out to you. Take a 99, he said, do we think Leon, Slater, and Moose will sign with WWE? I think Leon will. Not sure about Moose. Don't know how old he is. If he's... How old is he? I feel like he's been around a long time. He is 41. I think you've got until your mid-40s. The ship may have sailed on that. I don't know when his contract's up. Moose, I'm not sure about. Leon, yeah. I think if Moose was 35 or something like that, yes. But I don't care if my man Ricky turns heel. I still love him, said Suzanne. Spiller, the realist, said 50s, 60s is cold. Leave us alone. We don't get weather like that often. Jaden said, I want WWE to sign Moose. Steve said, does it bother you WWE keep shoving this John Cena GOAT status down our throats? It's annoying because he's far from my GOAT. Everyone's GOAT is different. No, it doesn't. I think that, it's part of promoting in it. There'll be another GOAT that they'll be promoting. I mean, WWE are just trying to get the biggest promotion they can. Plus also, I wouldn't be shocked if they genuinely feel like he is the GOAT. Hogan's got a bit of controversy around him. It's kind of hard to call him the GOAT because immediately you're going to have people kind of going on about the comments, the racism, yeah? So Bruno Sammartino was from a era there's very little footage of. And even though he was amazing, did a lot for the company, ensured the company continued. Hard to make out he's the GOAT. Hogan, that's a bit uncomfortable. Stone Cold's just not around that much. I mean, maybe if we could use him and promote him, perhaps he'd get called the GOAT. I don't know. I think it's probably as a result down to The Rock, Cena, or Roman. But probably down to those kind of names. So, yeah, I sort of feel like they've really gone hard on it because of it being Cena's last year. And it's building towards his retirement. And, that's not the kind of thing we've been calling him, really, until recently with this retirement thing. Whether they'll continue to call him the GOAT after, I don't know. But it doesn't really bother me. They can't tell me who the GOAT is, just like they can't tell you. I just kind of take it that it's promotion. It's promoters promoting. It's a little bit like when flipping Triple H is like, you don't want to miss the show tonight. It's going to be awesome. And then you tune in and it's not. It's, it's just a way of getting you to tune in. It's just a way of like promoting. It's like when Tony Khan is like, I got a massive announcement. You tune in. It's like tickets are on sale now. And you go. It's promoters promoting. Daze, I was really, really shocked that Austin Theory was the masked man yesterday. Does that mean he's the next member of the Vision? I think so, Jordan. I think so. The guy third row back is straight out from back right ring post. Looks like Wrestling Daze. He's got a black shirt and a beanie. Guy third row straight out from the back. Third row from the back. Looks like me. Has got a black shirt and a beard. It's not me, obviously. I don't see the person, but if they look like me, then, well, life has been very kind to them. So, just look for the person with the big smile on their face that just looks like they're winning at life. If they look like me, if they look like this, then life has been very kind. Okay, right now we've got Bronco being driven back to the corner. Right now we got Hank in there. Shot coming into the midsection, and again, going over the other side against the ropes. Holds onto the rope. Oh, yeah. Hank doing a little bit of this. Nice. Daze, who do we have as Booker of the Year? I think Sean or T. Booker of the Year's hard, isn't it? I mean, for me, there's only two Bookers that I interact with. So, for me, I don't have... Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I don't have any... I certainly wouldn't give it Triple H. I think you can't really engage in that conversation unless you're watching like loads of promotions. I mean, how's New Japan been this year? How's CMLL? How's Stardom? How's AAA? How's AEW? How's TNA? How's MLW? How's NWA doing? I can tell you it's not Triple H. Big boot. Tag being made. Bang. Colliding him. Going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. Hank in there. Tank going over into the corner. There's someone's got a shirt that says, if Triple H books, we riot. Was that the one you wanted me to see, Jazz? That is good. That is good. If Triple H books, we riot. Here's the shirt for that. Let's, for those that would be interested. That is from Alternative Wrestling Tees. It's pretty good, isn't it? If Triple H books, we riot. Just to reiterate that I really don't think it was Triple H that's going to win Booker of the Year. Tank colliding into the corner. Hank is in now. The wrestling world still reverberating around what went down with Thea Hale, young Thea Hale. Going over. Oh. Chop coming in. This is 2 proper NXT tag teams, in all fairness. We just don't see loads of OTM. As we said, Hank and Tank have been over in Japan to kick out there by Hank. As Bronco coming over, grabbing him, driving him into the corner. We're 40 minutes in. For me, male feud of the year is Ospreay Fletcher for their matches. Doesn't count. Looking for WWE feud of the year. Daze, you missed a car pulling up. It had some security by the car. Ooh. I wonder if that... Oh, I wonder who that is then. I wonder if that's Ricky bringing a bit of protection, knowing that he was going to get jumped by Javon, or maybe it's a main roster star, but it's someone that certainly seems to think a lot about themselves. Perhaps it's Chelsea. Perhaps that was Hervis. Okay, Hank and Tank in the corner. Does that make Thea the youngest champion? How old is she? I don't know how old Thea Hale is. She is 22. No, I don't think she is the youngest. I think 21's the record. Oh, I forgot about that. Nicholas was 10. No, she's off by 12 years. Young Nicholas, who Braun plucked out of the crowd at, was it 35? To take on the bar. They did a Nicholas figure, I think. Mattel, I'm pretty sure they made a Nicholas figure. Shot coming in. Bang! Boot to the side of the heads. I would take either of those teams as champs over Dark State, said Robbie. Hasib said, Daze, deep in WWE and Man United, they have a lot of similarities. Vince and Sir Alex were 2 greats that have retired now. We're struggling to find the right man to steer the ship, and we keep hiring these hype jobs. You make a good point, actually. It's true, innit? Sir Alex Ferguson and Vince both running the company, or the, you know, the team for a long, long time, enjoying a lot of success. They kind of stepped down, and granted, you know, little bit of a difference in that I think WWE went on to have success after Vince, like last year in 2023. But, you know, 2025, obviously a step down, and the hope is 2026 is going to get back to good times, but maybe it doesn't. Don't know. Right now, we've got Hank throwing in a few shots. Will anyone break Nicholas's record, says Benny. Well, I think we should certainly try. Okay, right now we got... oh, hello. These OTM... ooh, what's going on here? OTM just moving each other out the way so that they can get to Tank. Momentarily felt like they might have been getting in each other's way. Kind of felt like the team was going to break down a little bit. Right now we have got Stomp coming in by Bronco. Crowd are applauding. They're trying to get behind Hank and Tank. It's OTM that are very much in control right now. Very much in control. I'm interested to find out who that mystery person is that's pulled up. I'm thinking it could be Ricky, couldn't it? Okay, right now, bang! Right now, trying to find a way of getting over to Hank. Tank trying to find a way of making the tag, and he does! Hot tag made during commercial break. Shots coming in. Going over in the corner. Boom! He's got him on the shoulders. Airplane spin. Bang! Drives him down, looking for the cover. 1, 2. Oof, dragged out. Right, we go to commercial break. Daze, apparently WrestleVotes has tweeted, no idea if it's a spoiler about Blake. WrestleVotes has tweeted. Let's see if I can just find what did they say? WrestleVotes has tweeted. What, they have no idea, basically, if it was meant to go that way or not. I'm told by a source behind the scenes at NXT right now that discussions are underway as to how to handle the unforeseen Women's North American title change. Changes to the remainder of the show are expected. Wow. So TC of WrestleVotes 8 minutes ago seems to be suggesting that was not meant to happen. That's what TC of WrestleVotes is saying. So it's kind of what we thought, and it did come across that way. So here's TC of WrestleVotes. I'm told by a source behind the scenes, NXT right now, the discussions are underway as to how to handle the unforeseen Women's North American title change in the match between Blake Monroe and Thea Hale. Well, do you know what? You got to say credit to Thea, because if that was not meant to happen, she goes with it. She's like, have I got it? Have I won it? Is it? Have I got it? And then she's like, she looks like she's about to cry. And she's celebrating. I've seen a few times where things have gone down that weren't meant to, where people are all just standing around looking lost. She performed. Do you know what I mean? She, like, celebrated. Even when they weren't, like, having her music queued up and everything. She was, like, she wasn't lost in the moment, like, this wasn't meant to happen. What do I do? What do I do? She was, like, celebrating. She ran around, didn't she, in the ring? In the, like, celebrating it. Fair play. Fair play. I've seen people freeze up in those moments. So, yeah, it seems to be suggested that that was unforeseen and changes to the remainder of the show are expected. So there we go. If you was down on Blake losing, why have they booked that? Apparently they didn't. I love it. I applaud it. I can't praise it enough. I count the 3 if you're a referee. 1, 2, 3. The question will be, was it a 3? You know, I mean, if we get the magnifying glass out and we look at, did the shoulder, do you know what I mean? Was it perfectly down? I think her hair's in the way as well. I mean, not that it's going to change anything, but she will forever be an NXT Women's North American Champion now, Thea Hale. I think they need to kick out a split second earlier to avoid this, says Danny. They do leave it too close. They do leave it too close. And even if she did get that shoulder up in time, it wasn't enough where the ref could even see it. I mean, Thea's hair is in the way. And, you know, a slight little move like that just ain't good. I mean, you've got to get your shoulder up. I also think as well, though, that in sports, there's loads of these kinds of calls. Do you know what I mean? There's loads of these sort of like, I mean, we have VAR in football. I just sort of think this makes it actually a little more realistic where these sort of things happen. It's very rare. I mean, when do we ever get this kind of a thing? We don't, because they don't book these kind of things. But these things happen in sport. Bang, clothesline. We're still underway with this match, you know. Kick coming in. Down goes Hank. These guys have given so much to this match. Vic Joseph said, this is the best I've ever seen, OTM. Look, it's a little bit of a... Hank and Tank. It was a little scrappy at the end as they went for that finish, but Hank and Tank get it. Well, there we go. A victory for Hank and Tank. It'll be interesting to see how people have rated that match. OTM in the ring then as Hank and Tank have their hands raised in the entranceway. Where do OTM go from here? Coming up later, we have got that fatal four-way number one contenders match. Winner challenges the NXT champion at New Year's Evil. George said, Daze, if we had seen Sting Undertaker in one of those WrestleManias, which one would it have been? I think it would have been 31. That's the only WrestleMania they're both on. Here we go. Here's the person, the mystery person. It is Ricky. It is Ricky. Say what, some big guys behind him, isn't there? And you know they're all Performance Center. Okay, Ricky's going to come and address the crowds. Daze, I've got a question. What do we think about the Mick Foley situation? We just spoke about that in the member stream. So he's turned around and said that he doesn't want to be part of WWE anymore. He can't believe people are standing with Donald Trump. And to be honest, I mean, that is the problem when you bring politics into wrestling. So I think the issue is maybe Triple H working with Donald Trump, working with that administration, right? And of course, Linda actually being a part of that administration. Linda, her connections with WWE aren't what they used to be, though. You know, I mean, obviously it's TKO that runs WWE now. So I think it's probably more Triple H's connection. Maybe it was WWE hoping to get Donald Trump to John Cena's last match, but he didn't attend anyway. But whatever. I mean, look, it just seems like the anger that Mick Foley feels towards Donald Trump has got to the point where he's just really turning his back, burning bridges with anyone that associates with Donald Trump. And I think that's a real shame, to be honest with you. I mean, it's his right, but I think it's a shame because, and I said this on the member stream, the majority of Americans voted for Donald Trump. So that means that the majority of people that Mick Foley's going to interact with are people that voted for Donald Trump. So if he feels that passionate anti-Donald Trump, I mean, I feel like you're backing yourself in a bit of a corner, really. You're going to alienate yourself from a lot of people. Don't know. Perhaps that this is the stand he feels that he needs to make. But it's just unfortunate. I mean, there's nothing good that's coming out of this. I just think it's unfortunate. So, yeah. I said on the member stream, like, I don't have any kind of political view when it comes to any of that. I just don't engage in it because there's nothing to be gained from it. I can't change anything. And plus, I wouldn't want to. I'm sat here in the UK. It's none of my business, really, who the American president is. So I'm kind of quite disconnected, and I'm not just saying that as a political answer. I do try to, stay that way because, there's nothing to be gained. Half of you here probably voted for him, and half of you here didn't. So, you know what I mean? This is definitely something we're never going to find agreement on. This is definitely a topic that's got nothing but bad vibes. So, yeah, that's my view. I think it's just a shame. I think it's a shame that it's kind of come to that. Politics dividing us. It's a shame because, to be honest, it always has. And it probably always will. And it'd be nice if it didn't. I remember when George Bush was in office, the Radiohead made an album called Hail to the Thief. And that was kind of a bit of an anti-George Bush type album. And, there was, like, obviously lots of stuff with going after the weapons of mass destruction that were never there. And, that's obviously caused a lot of heartache. And this isn't new. It's not like Donald Trump is the first divisive president. The point is that it's always been this way. And it's always going to be this way. So it's more, how do you deal with that? So I just think it's a real shame. But he's taken the decision he feels he has to take, and we'll definitely touch on it in Unseen. But I can't really say much more than that. I haven't really got any more to say, to be honest. Here's Jasper Troy. He's backstage with Ava. There's a new speed tournament. It's going to be very diverse talent in the speed tournament, says Ava. Right, here we go. Ricky is making his way out. Dad Stuff said, I watched the clip from last night. I was so shocked to see Justin Timberlake as the masked man. Hey, I'm pretty sure Austin Theory will be thrilled if you see him as Justin Timberlake. Okay, here is Ricky. Oh, you all love me and I love you back, says Ricky. Okay, so Ricky is in the ring. It's quite a pivot, this, for Ricky, isn't it? To make him heel now. He can do it, no problem, but it's a big shift. I wonder why they felt they needed to. I mean, Javon, Ricky, incoming. Yeah, clearly. Booze for Ricky. I'm not out here to apologize. I wanted to prove to the world. Ricky Saints is the guy that can carry any brands. That's why I took the biggest gamble on myself. Everyone was searching for who would be Ober. That was me. I did it. Loud boos. The boos have grown the more that he's spoken. Do we see the beginnings of a Javon Leon feuds? They will face again. They faced already in TNA. I'm sure they will get another match, but at some point Javon's going to the main roster, isn't he? I mean, it feels like he's sort of sniffing around there already. Okay, Ricky said I had to check Javon and remind him that he ain't the man. I've played it safe. I'm going to get what I want when I want. He's not playing it safe anymore. You're telling me Javon Evans is better than Ricky Saints? How many titles has Javon won? Exactly. I never thought I would see Bruce Forsyth turn heel, says Wrestle with Andy. That was Ricky's inspiration. Thankfully, I don't remember Bruce wearing what Ricky's wearing right now, though. Why are the security guards on the sides looking out, but the security guards behind him looking in? Any OCD I've got can't cope with it. Shouldn't they all be looking out? I suppose it might be because there's no one on this side. But then shouldn't one of them be looking the other way around? They're both looking that way. If someone comes through that crowd there, no one's going to see it. Ricky, the door. Oh, well, someone came there. Look, Javon came under. Oh, my God. Came in the side where there was no guards. There was two of them looking in that direction. They still didn't see it. Jesus Christ. Security, do your job. Security being useless again. Again. Young OG. Young OG. Young OG. Young OG goes out. He loses his shoe. Young OG has lost his shoe. Oh, he's going into the ring steps. Oh, Jesus Christ. The young OG getting marked. Now the commentary table is being stripped. Security getting in the way there momentarily. Look at that. Javon's just in one sock. He's kind of like John Cena. He looks like he's half retired. Why does that security guard keep thinking like he's going to get involved? My God, that table exploded so satisfyingly. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that backfired on the young OG, didn't it? Dun, dun. There we go. Absolute. I like the sell by Javon. Good God Almighty! The candy. There is Ren. There is Kendall. There is Fatal Influence. Are we going to get a full entrance? Is Laney doing something interesting as part of that entrance now? Right. I can honestly say sometimes I hate being honest, but I am honest, says Keegan. Well, that's good, Keegan. He's so much better as a heel, said Jeremy. Speaking of candy, there's Kendall, says Mayor Pete's. There goes Vic's candy again. Starburst and cough drops everywhere. Sounds like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, doesn't it? Kendall Gray next. I'm still waiting to see what Tatum is going to do. She's got to get dark and get Izzy. Javon had a pocket full of candy. Well, it was on the table, actually. Vic needs it as... I don't know that he's like... I think he's told the story, hasn't he, that he was low of sugar once and he like almost passed out. So he has candy there just to keep his sugar levels, you know, where they need to be. I don't know why he needs that much candy, though. I mean, blow it up. It's only a 2-hour show. Guy's got a pot this big. But then, to be honest, when they go through the table and the candy goes flying everywhere, it just adds to it, doesn't it, really? Daze, there goes Vic's candy again. Booker sounded like he enjoyed Javon getting smashed through the table, said Jordan. Ricky didn't even have the decency to clear the table like everyone else. It's so rude, said Humpty Vision Jr. Keegan said, I don't picture myself heel, even though I feel like it sometimes. Keegan, you come across like a superhero struggling with their own mortality. Have I become the villain that I've spent my whole life trying to destroy? Yes. Trini is a good person, says Keegan. I can tell you guys, I have a lot of respect for her. Well, I'm glad to hear someone does. Where has Trick been? Said Love the Bearded. I don't know, actually. Where is Trick? He wasn't... I'm surprised they didn't use him for John Cena's show. Carmen Live is like Patrick from SpongeBob. He wakes up at 3 a.m. for a Krabby Patty. Only this time it's 9:30, and he says, oh boy, 9:30 p.m.? Well, he'll probably be joining us in about 25 minutes, won't he? To let us know the latest Indiana wrestling promotion that is visited. It's just part of the service, to be honest now. I feel like you lot have come to expect it these days. Days, would we have got DX NWO at WrestleMania, said George. Well, we sort of did, didn't we, at 31 again? They had that little moment. But yeah, there wasn't really too many opportunities, was there? I mean, they came back at like they were in for 2002, but the problem was Hogan turns face after what happened with at WrestleMania, and then we get like a weird version of the NWO that kind of runs out of steam quite quickly. So there's not really much of an opportunity to do it. I think if you really wanted it, you could have done it. But yeah, it was all a bit off, to be honest. But we do get a little bit of a showdown at 31, but it's just a little token thing during Triple H Sting. Okay, we got Sol Ruka, we got Zarya, we got Ethan. There's a moose on the loose. Here's Chelsea. Yeah. All the bad things that have happened to you are not my fault. Okay. Can she do that? Can she make Chelsea defend the United States Championship on NXT? I suppose she must be able to. I honestly thought she was about to say, next week you're going to defend those mixed tag titles. I think she can probably do that. But no, it seems like next week we're going to have Sol Ruka against Chelsea. And then the week after, Moose against Ethan. Okay, guys, shut up. You can't stay the same. Let's go. Now they're both walking in the same direction. No, don't like that. They used to cross. Okay. Yeah, okay. Lainey, what are you going to do? Rubbish. Yeah. That sweetness. This all just looks a bit lost now, doesn't it? I mean, JC's just gone over to commentary. This was not a proper entrance at all, was it? This wasn't a proper entrance at all. JC's gone over to commentary. We've just cut away from the ring. Those two are in the ring doing their entrance, but we didn't bother looking at it. Jesus Christ. The amount of Jey Uso entrances I have to watch. And even when I've watched it, we go... I can't even watch one proper Fatal Influence entrance. Okay, Kendall and Ren. I'd definitely change that music. I know the fans can go, Kendall. Kendall. I mean, that bit's good for them to be able to do that, but I think you can still change it and still keep that with the new song. Okay, it's going to be Fatal Influence. Okay. Sweetness, sweetness. Okay, that's second match. OTM versus Hanky Panky. Kendall Gray is like a young sensation, says Booker. Another good 95. You love that Fatal Influence team. It's Death Rebel banger, ain't it? I genuinely like it. I know it's AI. I know they've AI'd it, and I know people are down on that about it. Like, oh, it's just AI, but I don't know, it's good. Have you heard Joe Rogan really going on about like that AI 50 Cent track? He loves it. Like, I think they've done a great job with it, honestly. I mean, I like the voice. I like the tone of the voice. I like the theme, yeah. I'd have that as one of my top current themes. Kick coming in there by Kendall. Chop coming in there by Ren. German suplex by Kendall. 1, 2. Booker better watch out. He's going to be sleeping on the couch, said Hawks fan. Oh, blimey. Now, if Booker ain't sleeping on the couch now after everything is done, certainly with like Devil's Kiss and everything, I think his wife doesn't even know, to be honest. Candle. 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 1, 2, kick out. Daze, do you see Ricky mock Javon with the 6-7? Oh, no, I didn't. Before he put him through the table. Maybe that one could be an unseen, says Matteo. Yeah. Have you got a clip of it? I've not been keeping it because I don't do the breakdown video for NXT. It doesn't really get the same sort of engagement. So I don't have to worry about keeping on top of it. Oh, JC having a word with Ren. JC on commentary. That wasn't JC. That was 6-7. Daze, what is your community hall of fame? Have you got a picture of people on a wall or something? I'm confused, says Jamie. Javi, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, the community hall of fame is quite simple. So we have a members side to the channel. And what I do is I ask the members each month, nominate someone that you want to go into the hall of fame. They don't have to be a member. It can be absolutely anyone that joins us. So, you know, it's one of the members are the names in green. So all of those get an opportunity to nominate someone. And every month they do that. And they can nominate anyone. Anyone that joins us on the streams, you know, anyone. So basically what I do is I take the 4 most nominated people, put them in a poll, and then that goes out to the whole channel. Like, anyone can vote on that. Once it's the members that nominate the 4, but it's anyone that can vote in the poll. And the winner then goes into our Hall of Fame. So it's hard to get nominated. It's even harder to get enough nominations to get into the thing, and it's hard to then win the thing. So if you go in, it's like a real honor. And we only do 1 a month as well, apart from December where it's 2. And it's just like a nice thing we do, really, to just recognize, because, I mean, I'm the first to know that I talk a lot too much, yeah? If I get stuck on a subject, I'm stuck on it, yeah? So I don't get a chance to get into the chat and, like, interact with as many people as I would like to. I'd love to be like, question, answer, question, answer. I'd love to do that, but I think there's real value in digging into the answers. I think there's real value in trying to give as much, you know, information as I've got in my brain. I think if you're, like, new to wrestling, I think there's lots that you would find quite interesting about our conversations. And maybe if you've been watching wrestling a long time, you'd find those conversations interesting. But in order to do that, I need to kind of dig into things. So I think it's, you know, I think it's great that this is a way that people that make the chat a really engaging, fun place to be, a place that's, you know, kind of sharing thoughts and ideas and debating and having conversations. Maybe there's someone really funny. You just really enjoy their comments. You just really enjoy what they bring. And you always find their comments to be insightful or humorous or entertaining or positive or whatever it might be. Even if they're negative comments, but you just always find yourself agreeing with them, then perhaps, you know, if you're a member, you'd want to nominate that person. So, yeah, it's just a lovely way of recognizing the fact that this channel is a hell of a lot more than just me. And there's a lot of people that kind of contribute to it. And so it's just a lovely way of going, you know, there's the person that went in for December, there's the person that went in for January, there's the person that went in for blah, 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 blah. And we've been doing it a couple of years, so there's even more people than that are up here. But, you know, you kind of got to draw the line somewhere, haven't you? So we keep it up there. So, you know, we just keep it the last person that went in for January. I think that's so much better than the old one. I think it's so more impactful. I really love it. I think that's some of the best work I've done in ages, honestly. Lovely slide in German there by Fallon. Congrats to Thea, said Humble Rumble. Right now we got shoulder up going for the cover to No Joy. Daze, how is Lug doing? I've not heard from her. Lug? Who's Lug? But how long we got? We got 40 minutes. Daze, how can you do that on the Thea reaction clip on YouTube Shorts and not get a copyright strike? You're okay. I think WWE, well, first of all, Shorts don't make you any money, right? So there's no financial benefit, right? So WWE are aware of that. So they're not bothered about if you ain't making money off it, they're not too fussed, right? So that they seem to be fine with that. But on YouTube Shorts, they do draw the line at 1 minute. You can have a YouTube short that goes 3 minutes, but if you want to use footage, they cap it at a minute. If ever I use WWE footage and it goes over a minute, it just gets blocked. But if it's under a minute, then it gets allowed. So they must have some sort of an agreement where you can use it for like a minute. And they don't view that as being like detrimental to them. And you don't make any money off shorts anyway. Honestly, for me, they're just adverts for the streams. That's how I view them. They're just like, if you enjoy this little 1 minute clip, you might enjoy our streams. That's why I do them. That's why I put them out. Shoulder up there. Lovely work by Kendall. Very explosive work. Fallon with Kendall. Kendall going into the corner. Big boot. Shot coming into Laney. Knee coming into the back there by Fallon. Oh, lands on her feet round the back. She pushes her against the ropes. And yeah, let's go into the pin. Kick coming in by Fallon. Going over. Taking her over into an armbar. Or trying for the armbar. Kendall looking for it. JC trying to distract. Kendall with a big shot. JC goes down. Ren climbing up. Right now we got Laney. We got JC. They both go down. Okay, Kendall getting rolled up by Laney. Kendall kicks out. Ooh. Look at them. Oh, so good. Oh, Jesus. So good. She is so good. I love that kick as well by Ken. Look at it. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. She's going to be such a big star. She's going to be such a big star. Everything she does, there's like no wasted motion. Even then, as she's trying to get the arm, she like uses her boot to kick on the head of Laney so that she can get the arm. And when she gets the arm, she doesn't just hold it. She's like, it's the fact she operates at 11 with the aggression. You know, so many people would get the arm and be like, that would be it. With Kendall, look at how she has got the arm, right? Bang, kick on the head. Look at the arched back. You just believe that she's trying to rip that arm off. If you give that level of commitment and that level of aggression to things, it just comes across so well. It's so satisfying. I love that little bang on the head. Here's Thea, look. Here's Thea. So yeah, breaking news, Kendall's going to be a big star. I've been crying for the last 25 minutes. So has Shawn Michaels. I have done this today. Congrats. You just have to believe. You've just got to be positive, Jordan. I love this. I love this. Look how gutted she is. This is the worst day of my life. Oh, my rematch. Don't give it up. Don't give it up. No rematch for you. No, we don't do rematches anymore. How about you go earn a #1 contenders tournament or something? Woo! I'm the champion. I'm the champion. Oh my God. Do you know, I love it because there's such a realism to all of this. It's so good, isn't it? It's good because, like, this weren't meant to happen. We're seeing things that weren't meant to happen. This is so exciting. When Blake comes in saying this is the worst day of her life, give me back my belt, like, she means it. When Thea Hale's like, I've just been crying for the past 25 minutes. Like, I can't believe this. It says Blake Monroe, but it's going to say Thea Hale soon. Like, she means it. Jordan Grace coming up to go and seems like you've worked this out sooner than I have. She's like, look, you've just got to be positive. You've just got to believe. Fun. Blake's going to hire Becky's lawyer. Yeah, I'm sure Becky will get in touch. Yeah, that'd be good, actually. That'd be good. The Ricky clip could be posted somewhere. I don't have it, but when Javon was on the shoulders before he gets put through the table. 6-7. You know, they just put that together real quick in the back, said Hawks fan. That's fun as well, though. The idea that they're having to scramble backstage, like, what do we do? Like, what are we going to do with that interview segment later? Okay, well, let's do this. And, you know, so you go down the road you weren't expecting to go down. I always think, you know, when there's a botch and, like, you know, someone botches and you go, oh, botch. As long as they don't get hurt, you have a laugh about it because you know that wasn't meant to happen. You know, like Titus World Slide. People love it. He comes down, he falls over, he goes under the ring. He was fine. Obviously, his ego was bruised, but thankfully he was absolutely fine. And, like, we all laugh about it. That wasn't meant to happen. And, you know, they love showing it. And, like, this is just like that for me. This is like a really, it doesn't matter. No one's hurt. Like, Blake Monroe ain't buried, you know? She can more than convincingly make out that she got screwed by the ref. It's an interesting story. If she gets a rematch, I'll be really interested to know, do you just put it back on her and just carry on as you were going to? Or, I don't know, does this give you a new... Does this put you in a different place that you weren't expecting to go? You know? I mean, what if now Blake doesn't get that belt back, but actually now is free to go after the top title? What if, you know, what about we're pretty close to a load of call-ups? Blake might not be one. And what if we're actually going to, you know, just go down a completely different road? Exciting. I feel like I watched something that we can talk about. Do you remember that time? Do you remember that time? When? It's been a fun show. The title change made it better, said Steve. It's allowed for some fun and some interesting character growth. Robbie said she'll probably just win it back quickly. I would love it if she didn't, honestly. I am here for a Thea Hale title run. And honestly, like, I would be totally fine if Maxine had won the Intercontinental belt this way. Imagine if she wasn't meant to have got it, but she got it. I'd have so much more goodwill, because I'd be like, okay, well, we weren't meant to do this, but, well, we're doing it now. But now, like, with this, I'm like, I don't know, we could go back, but I'm sort of, the more interesting option for me is to just keep going with Thea Hale. But yeah, you're right, we'll probably just go back. Well, here's Kalani. She's got, is that some new gear? I've seen what jealousy does to people. It doesn't look good on you. Gymnastics is nothing compared to MMA is a good line. Oh, we cut that off quick, didn't we? We cut away from that pretty quick. Hell yeah, to incoming, said Mr. B. Light. Lola's bringing it. Restaurant said Kendall has what 90% of most women from any roster lacks, which is conviction. It is so refreshing to see. She's small, but she doesn't seem that way in the ring. She works at such a pace and everything is just laid in and it just looks so good. Yeah, conviction's a great word. Okay, here is Shiloh Hill. There's Skylar Ray. We did see Skylar Ray. She was like the cheerleader-ish girl. I've only seen her once. Okay, Shiloh's impressed at the fact there's a moose in Florida. Okay, we might be getting Shiloh and this Skylar girl against Stax and Ariana. Oh, here's Dark State. Shiloh's interesting. Okay. What are we getting for Christmas? Like WWE shirts, belts, figures? That's a great question, Cole. That's a great question. I would like some figures, actually. There's some WWE Superstars figures I would like. And actually, I meant to go to Wrestling Shop to see if the new ones were in yet. Because I think Demolition are meant to be on the way. Oh, it's not Demolition that's in, but the new ones are in. Mate, I love this series. I love it. Look at the cloth goods. Like, you know, Boss Man. They're all the legends from when I was a kid. Razor Ramon, Big Boss Man, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, the Heart Foundation. But it comes with cloth goods. They come with their little jackets. You know, Jake the Snake with a snake and a cloth shirt. I love it. I love these figures. So, these ones have only just come in. Only just come in. So, the Steiners, Rob Van Dam, and the Hurricane. I still haven't picked up this season, though, so I have asked for those for Christmas. And I will now ask for these as well, because I don't have these either. I've got all of these, though. The only one I don't have is this. I haven't got the Chase one. Couldn't get it. It was sold out by the time I got to it. The Chase Muta. I need to find that. But I have all of these. I think it's a brilliant series. I love this series. So, I mean, that's what it looks. Look at that with a cloth cape. I think it's got a really good face. I love the graphics. The packaging's brilliant. It's a Walmart exclusive, isn't it? In the US. So here's all the new figures that have come out. Wrestling Shop, obviously, got a lot of memories, a lot of time I spent with those guys. Love those guys. Do you know, I love this Leon Slater theme as well, you know? J. Cargill pop vinyl. Not that I need it, but I didn't know there was one. That's a nice figure as well with the old championship. Not sure that the Lola looks like Lola, but I don't think there's any shirts I'm after. I found a Volta shirt the other day as I was looking for a John Cena one. So I feel like I found a shirt that I was didn't even remember I had. So I feel like I've just gained one anyway. Fatal 4-way. Is this our main event? It must be, mustn't it? 25 minutes ago. This match could bang. I've had a lot of fun with NXT tonight, you know. Maybe the tag match was a bit, but opening match was fun. Ricky's promo was fun. Fatal Influence against Kendall Wren, I really enjoyed. This match, I think, is going to be good. Oh, details are on Fightful Select about the Thea situation. Okay, Joe Hendry coming down. Details on the botch finish. Fightful have confirmed this was not intentional. Blake was going to retain. There was said to be a scramble backstage. We're told it caused issues because there was creative in place with Thea not being champ. It's affected a few people's creative for the next few weeks. I love it. I love it. There was a heavy delay before Thea's music hit. Yeah, they didn't have it queued up. That's why. They had Blake's queued up. You know, I love it, though. I love how they would have gone, hit the music. And someone's gone like that. And then Blake said, no, not that music. Not Blake's music. Blake hasn't won. Why would we play that? Oh, so turn it up. Well, I've got to change this. Has anyone got Thea's tape? Has anyone got Thea's tape? Oh, my God. I'd love a camera back there. Flipping love a camera back there. WWE will actually have to put some work in now, said the Ribs. Right. We're at commercial break. Let's end that poll so we don't get confused. Wyatt661 said Hendry is going to be a meme wrestler. Pretty much with the gimmick. He doesn't feel like a superstar gimmick, says Wyatt661. He got a great reaction at Saturday night's main event, though, didn't he? Okay, how long we got left? We got about 23 minutes left to go. Fatal Influence versus Ren QCC. Empole. Daze, Thea's win would be good for WWE Unreal. Yeah. They don't really include NXT, though, do they? Unfortunately, so... Not sure. There's always cameras around, though, isn't there? I mean... Oh, it just came out good. Look, 45-45. I mean, thankfully, it's going to come out as good 99, but, yeah, that was actually really close to being great. Days, when does the tape nightmare start? Said Taker 1990. Taped nightmare is going to be not too far away. They're recording 2 episodes of NXT tomorrow, so the next 2 weeks are taped. I love the fact that they've probably got the next 2 weeks episodes, the scripts all sorted, and now because of the because of this Thea situation, not only does it affect the end of that match, not only has it affected this show, but because they've got to record 2 episodes tomorrow, which I'm certain they've got the script sorted for, they've got to now change all of them as well. It's not like a normal week where you've got another week until next week where you can change. They're recording the 2 episodes tomorrow. Couldn't have happened at a worse time. Oh, which makes me love it even more now. Oh my God. It's just the best. It might be the best thing that's ever happened. it might go down as being my favorite ever wrestling moment. Deeply satisfying. The carnage it's caused. Carmen, hello, my friends. Carmen said, I found out yesterday that on October 17th, I might be going to Tempe, Arizona to attend a wedding for my cousin, Alex Pike, and his fiancée, Madeline, at my auntie and uncle's house in Arizona. Well, Carmen, have a great time. Will there be any wrestling at this event? Will there be any wrestling at this ceremony? Please respond. Daze, when's the last time an unplanned ending happened like Thea tonight? Who was that with? Well, I don't know, honestly, because I would have said Penta Solo, which I think is still probably true. Because do you remember Penta gets injured with that bit on the outside of the ring, and then Solo wins in the Last Time Is Now tournament. Bang! It wasn't moments ago. But then word came out that Solo was going to win anyway. Oh, good. I hope they don't like reverse it or anything like that. Yeah, so I would say Solo Penta. But the thing is, we later found out that Solo was meant to win that match anyway. So it's not as satisfying as what we've just had here. Before that, I mean, you might have said, I don't know, LA Knight and Seth. Do you remember when Seth gets injured and we all... But that was meant to happen as well. So I don't know if I know of a recent example of where someone has won that wasn't meant to. But Solo Penta is the one that definitely ended earlier than it was meant to due to injury. Is Penta healed enough for the Lucha Bros match on Saturday? No word yet. Don't know. It was still touch and go. Big Time said Sean Ross Sapp's confirmed that it's a botch. Have you got any Sting and Undertaker figures? Yeah. Got some of both. Here's Dark States. They're coming down. It doesn't need to be all of them, though, does it? We only need Dion, and it is just Dion that's making his way down. Daze, there won't be any wrestling at the event, but I might attend Tempe, Arizona. I might attend the wedding, even though there might not be any wrestling there. I wouldn't bother, mate. Carmen, I'd say to him, if there's not any wrestling, then there's no Carmen. Okay, here we go. We're about to get underway. Fatal 4-way. Joe Hendry, Dion Lennox, Miles Bourne, Leon Slater. Let's go. Did you unlock everything in 2K24, 2K25? I didn't even play the games. I'm not a gamer, but... I think Solo was supposed to win that match because on Friday after, which was taped, they were talking about how it was Solo Gunther. Yeah, the street said that he was still meant to win that match, which was weird because it was weird because that's heel versus heel, innit? Here's Miles, bang, driving Joe Hendry down. I've enjoyed this NXT. I appreciate how you tune in, just don't know what to expect, said Big Time. They don't have this same redundant formula that Raw has. Well, I mean, there's a reason why you don't know what to expect. It's because things are happening on this show even Shawn Michaels isn't expecting. That's why. It's hard to expect things when there are things happening that no one expected. Miles going over onto the shoulders of Joe Hendry. Clothesline there by Joe Hendry. The botch made this 10 out of 10, said Sweetness Creation. I'm with you, honestly. Sweet and sassy creations. Okay, Joe Hendry is throwing in shots there to Leon. Still blows my mind that Leon is a year younger than me, said Alex. Is he? Oof, lovely hip toss there by Joe Hendry. Daze SmackDown did 1.2. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that does feel quite high. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Yeah, Leon getting the shoulder up. Matteo said at this point, anyone could win the championship match. Maxine beating Becky. JC pinning Stephanie. And now Thea beating Blake. 3 people who no one thought would win. It's true. 1, 2. Kick out there by Dion. Kick coming in. Oh, no joy. Bang. Big boot coming in there by Joe Hendry. Over the other side. Bang. Back elbow there by Leon. Leon to the outside. Oh, my God. Look at him go. There's no way this match is not going to entertain. Of course it is. It's going to be so much fun. Leon is going up. Restaurant said, I'm going for Hendry for the dub. Do you know, that's a good point, that is. I'm slacking. I'm a flipping disgrace. It's very simple for me to ask the question, who wins? Who wins? Is it Joe Hendry? Is it Leon Slater? Is it Dion Lennox? Or is it Miles Bourne? Who's going to go on to face the ruler? Chop coming in by Leon. Another chop. Has the ref been back out that was in that North American match, or did they send him home for doing his job like they did Gunther? I haven't paid attention to that, to be honest, so I don't know. I mean, honestly, I hope he gets a raise. If he believes the shoulders are down and he counts the shoulders being down, I will applaud that 100 times out of 100 times. I hate referees trying to hide, you know, that the shoulders are not coming up in time. Chop coming in there by Leon. James, there wasn't an audible. Joe Hendry or Miles Bourne says Trudes. Let's go, Leon is the chant. Let's go, Leon. Shots coming down. Oh. Oh. Lovely work there by Leon. 2. No joy. That ref needs to go to the main roster and be in Becky matches, said Mr. B. Light. I think if you're a ref and you cover for the wrestlers not getting their shoulders up, you're giving them, you're lowering the standard. You know, it's really easy. Get your shoulders up. Like, if you're going to cut it close, that's fine, but don't cut it so close. Is he all right? He had an awkward landing, didn't he? Oh, he's grabbed his leg, but he's just checking it. He's getting back in. Big boot. I feel like that was probably legitimate because he really did check it there before getting back in, and Dion was waiting. Nothing came of that was... He didn't benefit, you know? Anyway, I don't think wrestlers should be protected like that with the refs because they're going to get bad habits, you know? There's going to be a laziness that creeps in, like, don't matter. Ref will cover for me. Okay, net breaker there by Joe Hendry. Big boot. Yeah, I agree, Max. I hated that moment. That's one of my low moments of the year. I just think it made wrestling look awful. Okay, we're going to commercial break. All the guys are down at the moment. We've got 11 minutes to go. And I think this is going to be a really well-received show, to be honest with you. It's just a shame that it's our last live show of the year. Kick out there by Miles. Leon going over into the corner. Someone said earlier, but Becky and Blake teaming up because of the ref would be really fun, said Matty. I agree. That'd be fun. Or even if they didn't team, but Becky just showed her support, talking about how the injustice with the refs has now reached NXT level. I mean, that would just make so much sense. And, you know, she could jump in, do some social media stuff. Kick out there by Leon. SmackDown's live on Friday, says Mayor Pete. Yeah. We've got, that's our last one, I think, isn't it? They're recording Raw as well as part of that. So it was weird because yesterday it was live and they recorded the 26th. Which is crazy, isn't it? They've already recorded SmackDown 26th. They've already recorded the Boxing Day episodes. And then on Friday we have our last live one for a bit and they do Monday's Raw. Leon goes down as we're still in commercial break. Daze, Leon's knee almost buckled and gave out. That was dangerous, said Big Time. The next live Raw is January 5th. That is a big show that they're building up that, so that should hopefully be fun. Miles to the outside. Shots coming in by Dion. Bang. Face first into the commentary table. Days Raw's live on Monday 29th. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't remember. I don't remember hearing about that one being taped, actually. And they are back, aren't they, for the holiday tour, so that would make sense. But I don't think that one's going to be a big show. I think that they're really building up the 5th. Kick coming in there by Leon. I bet Sean was running faster than his legs could go. Miles coming in. We got a double submission now. We got a... Oh, look at this. Everyone's got a submission. Oh. Oh, the referee's counting it down. Oh, that's the first time I've ever heard that. I've never heard that. I could hear the ref going 5, 4, 3... like this, and it was perfectly in sync with the little clock in the corner. So he was counting down when we were coming back from commercial break, which I know they do, but I just don't remember having heard it before. It was loud. 5, 4, 3. James, thank you. Yeah, I saw that we'd got the 4. I mean, it's good. We need to, feel like we get another couple and we're really getting into the back end of it, the tail. So I'm looking for that 5th. They've bowled 32 overs though. I mean, the work that they've done, England, they've worked so hard. Shot coming in. And it's going to be in mad heat as well, isn't it? Joe Hendry coming over. We've got a big spot in the corner right now. Crowd are chanting, holy shiz, but there's nothing happening. It's because they know that we're going to get a big spot coming. Slater's going to go over to do the double power bomb. I just don't I don't rate that spot. I don't think it's impressive. Okay, Leon, going for covers. No joy. That took too long to feel authentic, said the Beach Kevin. To be honest, Leon Slater did nothing there. If Joe Hendry and Miles Bourne didn't want to do that suplex, Leon Slater ain't doing shiz. It works, though. The live crowd, they pop for it. Big boot there by Leon. Shot coming in by Leon. We got 6 minutes to go. Akim said Leon's leg is effed. He does keep grabbing it, doesn't he? I hope there's no serious damage. Kick coming in. He's throwing in these kicks. Kick coming in there to Joe Hendry. Kick coming in there to Dion. Leon is in control. Bang. Another kick coming in as well. Shot coming in by Miles Bourne. Picks him up. Drives him back. Pushed him back against the rope. Spinebuster! Great work by Dion. Joe Hendry picks up Dion, looking for a... Ooh, I thought he was going for a German, but it wasn't quite a German. Kick misses by Leon. Joe Hendry picking him up. No joy. Oh, wobbly leg. Gets planted. Gets planted. Leon's like a human blur, said Hawks fan. He's really fun, isn't he? It's really fun. If we call up Javon, then, we can keep Leon around. Do you reckon TNA are like, can we have Leon back? And we're like, Leon. Doesn't ring a bell. Not sure who you're talking about. Would you like Dark State? We can send you Dark State. Leon, he's got a hell of a distance to go. And he made it. Blumming out. The crowd could see that he was going to have to travel a hell of a distance. But Leon on one leg. Oh, my God. Look at the height of that drop kick. Mate, you've got to give credit to Miles Bourne. The height on that drop kick was insane. Tell you what, these four showing up, showing out. Crowd are chanting, we believe. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. So good, they had to show the replay. Crowd are chanting that they believe. Shot blocked there as Miles and Joe Hendry going at it. Miles against the ropes. Clothesline, down he goes, he's right back up, another clothesline. Scoops him up. Fall away, bang! Kip up into the... Oh, I thought he was going to do the turn. He's going to go for another fall away, bang! Kip up. Now we're doing the turn? No. Angle slam. Boof! Angle slam, clothesline. He's dialed in here, Joe, He hasn't done any of his, turning round and whatever. There's no time. Leon! Gets caught! Joe Hendry dealing with everyone right now. Leon to the outside. Miles Bourne going for a ride now. Love it now. Driving him down, but I think Dion's going to make the save. 2. And he does. You could see Dion on the outside. Big shot coming in. The action here is absolutely non-stop. Oh, those two might be out the equation. Leon for the win. Leon 1, 2. He gets it. Number 1 contender! Oh my God! What do we call him? I don't even know what we call him. Is that the young OG? A TNA wrestler is going to be taking on Oba. What's his nickname? Has he got the young Leon? How old is he? Is he the younger OG? Wow. Well, that was a fun match, wasn't it? It's a fun show. Look at the smile on his face. Oh, here comes the ruler. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Ah! Oh, there's Tony up in the stands. There's Tony up in the stands. Just watching. Good. Fun. Great. NXT by a mile, continuing to be the best brand in WWE. Leon and Oba, take my money. What if Leon is the one? Oh, we put the TNA championship on an NXT star. What if he's the one to get the NXT championship? I like Leon a lot as well. I mean, I'd be thrilled for him to win it. Leon's 21. When was he born though? Because I think Javon's 21. Leon was born 27th of September. He's 21. When was Javon born? Javon Evans. 29th of April. So actually Leon is the younger OG. By about 6 months, he's the younger OG. Let's go. I'm definitely here for that. So we got Javon Evans, the young OG, and Leon Slater, the younger OG. Great match. Absolutely amazing showing for Leon, says WrestleRants. Temperatures were crazy this past weekend in Hammonds. They ranged between 0 and 10 degrees, says Carmen. Carmen, thank you. Steve said, how is NXT developmental when it's so much better than the main products? Well, they've just... it's different. It is different. It is a bit unfair, actually, to compare because, as we keep saying, you know, the one is going all over the world. The other one is just permanently in Florida most of the time. Granted, they do venture out from time to time, but it is quite different. And, you know, this is talent as well that's go to the PC. You know, as we heard earlier, apparently Gigi said they only have 1 day off, whereas main roster, I mean, honestly, what do? I mean, they fly into Raw. They do Raw. They fly home. I don't think they're needed again until the next week. I mean, it's up to them. You know, it's on you to train and improve. There isn't... I don't know what the support is for those that, you know... Where does Theory go to improve his matches? Where does Theory go to improve his promos? Perhaps they tell them to go to the PC, but I don't know. Do people go there to learn? I really don't know. It's so different, isn't it? The setup for the main roster, and you know, NXT, you can go home, sleep in your own house, in your own beds. Main roster, you're staying in hotels. It's very, very different, but much bigger crowds and whatnot. More pressure. And as a result, it just seems like NXT just finds a way of consistently being more entertaining. And it has been for a long time, actually. I mean, 2.0 wasn't, but Black and Gold, it's funny. It's funny how when Vince was in charge and Triple H was in charge of NXT, everyone was like, we need to get Triple H. He is killing it in NXT, and now Triple H is in charge of the main roster. Everyone's like, we need Shawn. We need Shawn. I think the truth is that the brands are so drastically different that there's probably a bit of summer in that, to be honest. Shawn could go up and also struggle. But one day we might find out, of course, if that ever happens. Well, there we go. Very enjoyable show. I need to work on Unseen. Maybe the way the main roster does business just doesn't work as well. I don't know what you could change, but something needs to change, says Steve. Matteo said, speaking of Theory, what do we think about Theory? I think it's a good way to have someone take the pin in the group, but I don't know if they'll use him correctly. Well, I think he's the right person to join that group. I think it's the right for them, and I think it's right for him. And so all you can do is say, well, that bit's good. How you book it going forwards, you know, they need to make sure they book it well. But there is a blueprint on how to do it. I think it'll go well. Whether we can actually make him the big star that we would like him to be, there's a lot of things that have got to work out for that to happen. But I would say it's the right thing to do. And I think the booking of it should be pretty straightforward. But yeah, they have shown a fantastic ability to mess things up. Dave's main roster's got like 30 writers. We've seen what those backstage meetings were like enthusiastic. We watch Raw and SmackDown. They spam the same segments every week. Oh, no one's going to deny creatively that there's flaws. You know, I'm not saying that there's no creative issues there. But what I would say is that I think it's hard to compare NXT to Raw and SmackDown when there are so many differences between them, you know? It's probably fairer to compare Raw with SmackDown. That's more fair. I mean, if SmackDown was killing it, delivering great shows week after week after week, and Raw wasn't, I think that is a much better conversation to have because they are very comparable. But I think NXT, you can quite comfortably find a lot of differences between NXT and Raw and SmackDown. Whereas, you know, I don't have the confidence that I don't have the confidence that the fix is get Triple H out, put Shawn Michaels in. I don't think that answers all the problems. It might fix some problems, but I think there are other issues. So, you know, it's a bit like Man United, keep changing the manager, but it doesn't change anything. You know, there's issues at the club that need to be resolved, and I think there's issues with that main roster that need to be sorted out as well. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother time. Daryl said 725. Once again, NXT better than Raw this week. Let's see how SmackDown goes. David gives it 7.5. Days, I'm going to say, since July when SmackDown went to 2 hours, I've enjoyed that more than Raw. First 6 months of the year, Raw was better. Mayor Pete said 2.0 absolutely sucked. George said, what happened when Io Rhea become women's tag champs? Well, if they become women's tag champs. Hello, Jim. Hope you well, buds. Jim said, I miss when wrestling was about just putting on great matches over needing storylines. It's fair. We have struggled with, certainly on Raw and SmackDown we have. Thankfully, though, not with NXT. We had some great matches tonight. We had some really fun stuff. You lot actually saying that main event was great. So let's get that score written down. I enjoyed Fatal Influence against Ren QCC as well. Okay, Fatal 4-Way comes out as great 71. Woof. Very good. Great 71. Okay. I'm going to work on Unseen. It's probably going to take me a while because I'm a bit behind today, actually. But I'm going to go and work on that. I'm going to have a look at the cricket as well, see what's going on there. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this show. It seems like many of you did. We are back tomorrow to have a little look at Evolve. And of course, we'll be back on Friday as we cast our eye over SmackDown. And then, of course, on Saturday, we've also got AAA. I think we're going to do Jake Paul. I need to have a look at that. I haven't had a chance yet. Need to get my head around that. But yeah, thanks a lot for joining us. Really do appreciate it. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.